Oh yeah, we're back again. Mm, mm, mm. Mm, 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 mm. Wesh tout le monde. Attendez, oh j'ai plus de full cam. Merde. Bonjour. Comment ils vont? Yeah, yeah. Yo Max, yo Calip, yo Nadir, yo le Youk, yo Couteau, yo Timark. Comment ça va? J'espère que vous allez tous bien. Que vous passez un bon mercredi. Bienvenue. Bienvenue, wesh, salut. Everybody, rock your body right. Katchouze back, alright. Oh là 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 là, vous m'avez manqué. Vous pouvez pas savoir, hein. Vous savez que ça va faire le suceur. Non, ça va faire le suceur. Ça va faire le gars qui dit oui, les gars, vous m'avez manqué. D'ailleurs, je reprends. N'hésitez pas à vous sub. Pas du tout. Vous m'avez vraiment manqué. Premier degré. Ah merde. Alors attendez, on a un problème technique. Pourquoi je suis immense? Enfin, je veux dire, je sais que je suis costaud dans la vraie vie, mais enfin quand même. Attendez. Hop. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Comment ils vont ceux-là? Yo Alia, la team Beba, Azimonga, tu t'es converti ou quoi? Non, 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 attendez, attendez, faut que je vous explique. Faut que je vous explique. Yo papy, ça va ou quoi? Wesh Padou. Un peu sauvage, ben oui, mais bien sûr, attendez, je vous explique tout, je vous explique tout. Je vous explique tout, il y a une vidéo qui est sortie. Il y a une vidéo de 2 minutes qui est sortie qui explique tout. Il a oublié comment utiliser la caméra. Mais je sais pas, j'étais tout gros. J'étais tout gros. J'ai pas compris, j'étais tout gros. Attendez, attendez, c'est bon, c'est bon, c'est bon, je suis réparé. Je suis réparé. Il revient, il a une giga barbe. Et en vrai, vous savez que mon patron m'a demandé comment c'était l'Ukraine. Je sais plus qui m'a demandé si Adiuma sur Twitter m'a demandé si mon voyage en Syrie s'était bien passé. Et il y a des gens qui me quotent en mode what the fuck, il revient, il ressemble à Zach Nani. Bon, les frères, au bout d'un moment, on fait ce qu'on peut, écoutez, c'est. Non, vous allez encore, je vous vois venir. Vous allez encore prendre le Calvas Gate. Il n'y a pas de Calvas, les gars. Il n'y a pas, on est là. Juste, vas-y, on se laisse pousser les cheveux. On fait une tentative de PE cheveux longs. Et je pense que vous n'avez pas envie de tanker ça, tu vois. Je pense que vous n'avez pas envie de tanker ça. C'est moi, Creeper Ultimate, si jamais mon compte est devenu celui de l'équipe. Ah, let's go, ça régale. Yo, Creeper, comment tu vas? Machine Terre de la hype, il est là. Ça m'avait manqué, hein. Ça m'avait manqué. Moi, j'ai plus de cheveux. Plus de cheveux ou plus de cheveux? Parce qu'en vrai, plus de cheveux, il y a des gens, des hommes en général d'ailleurs, mais bon, ne soyons pas genre, disons des gens, qui ont beaucoup plus de flow sans cheveux qu'avec, hein. Il y en a plein. Il y en a plein, 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 plein. Parce que grosse barbe et tout, tu vois, tu connais. Wesh Corazon, wesh Misaël, combien l'homme semaine? Les gars, bah, si vous connaissez la casse-dallerie, on essaye de travailler avec des produits de qualité et, euh, et c'est pas cher. L'homme semaine. Voilà, évidemment, évidemment. Parle du jeu qui hype le plus en cette fin d'année. Non mais oui, non mais évidemment, évidemment, évidemment. Vous voulez voir la vidéo? Vous voulez faire quoi? J'ai pas un retard sur le jeu pendant le format et CRBR c'était très dur de reprendre le jeu sans toi. Ah, je suis désolé les frères. Je suis désolé. Je suis désolé, il y avait trop de travail. Il y avait trop, trop, trop de travail. Mais là, c'est mieux. Déjà, là, c'est mieux. En plus, je vais pas vous mytho, je me grattais les veines de reprendre un stream. Ça fait 2 mois, j'y pense. Je pense qu'à ça. Je suis en mode, ouais, mais comment je reviens? Parce que j'ai pas le temps de jouer et tout. Machin. Puis je commence à avoir un peu plus de temps et je me dis, bon, bah, c'est bien, maintenant j'ai le temps de jouer. Mais j'ai pas le temps de stream. Du coup, bah, soit je joue pas et je stream et du coup, j'ai rien à dire parce que je sais pas jouer au jeu. Soit je joue mais je stream pas. Et là, boum, Riftbound annoncé. Je me dis, bah les gars, je ne stream pas, tant pis. Mais par contre, je vais grind le jeu, on va voir si c'est bien. Bah, le jeu est juste exceptionnel. Je vous le dis, le jeu est juste exceptionnel. Wesh, Philou, comment ça va? J'ai postulé pour l'arbitrage des side events des Worlds Altered. Bah, j'espère que ça va passer pour toi. En tout cas, on te le souhaite. On te le souhaite. Parle de Riftbound alors qu'on va avoir au P13. Ouais, 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 ouais. Là, je suis. Là, les frères, je suis désolé. Je suis désolé, on va. Bon, je vous explique, c'est simple en gros. Je n'ai le temps de jouer qu'à Riftbound, mais le jeu est tellement bien que mon cerveau ne pense qu'à ça de toute façon. Donc je vais pas vous faire un. On passe par 4 chemins. Non, on va parler Riftbound sur ce stream, évidemment. L'objectif, c'est de reprendre un stream par semaine. Donc rendez-vous Le mercredi à 20h, on essaye de se placer sur Riftbound. Et ça va être méga lourd. Ça va être méga lourd. Merci beaucoup, Arthur, pour le raid. Merci beaucoup à Sao. Comment il va celui-là? La poussière du compte Twitch. Ben oui, mais il faut bien travailler un peu de temps en temps. Hein. Rivan, oui, mais avis sur le trailer Car les UM sur CS pour l'Open Yu-Gi-Oh! Quoi? J'ai pas le. J'ai pas la data. J'ai pas la data. Il y a un leader Harry, j'espère, sinon je joue pas. Il y a un leader Harry, et je vais pas te mytho, je fonde de grands espoirs dessus. Vous connaissez mes takes? Est-ce qu'il y en a qui se rappellent de mes takes sur Yu-Gi-Oh! Où je suis en mode, les gars, ça va être broken, même si pour l'instant personne le joue, et genre 2 mois après, ça gagne un major. Bah c'est Harry, je vous le dis. Actuellement, c'est quasiment pas joué. Il y a un mec qui a fait top 8 avec au dernier régio avec une liste dans mon livre catastrophique, mais c'est normal, c'est le début du jeu. Je vais pas vous mentir. Je pense que Harry, ça va être très solide. Faut juste que les gens se ouvrent un peu leur chakra. Tu connais. Tu connais, comme d'habitude. Je regarde par pure curiosité ce jeu. Tu as un stream pour me convaincre de lâcher le jeu le plus mal payé de tous les TCG. C'est Zinzin. C'est Zinzin. Voilà. Riftbound, c'est juste Zinzin. Va voir le tweet de Breakflip. J'irai checker ça, ouais. J'irai checker ça, ça marche. Fais-nous déjà la tier list du format STP. Alors, j'ai. Attendez, là pour le coup, il faut que je vous mette en bim boum. Paf. Regardez la nouvelle transi d'ailleurs. Qui c'est qui a fait la transi? Qui c'est qui a fait la transi? Je vous le dis. C'est le monteur. On dit merci à Romain d'être le GOAT. Est-ce qu'on se remettrait pas un peu de pop japonaise là, hein, viteuf? C'était là, je crois. Non? Ouais. Alors attendez. Pop japonaise. C'est où? Pourquoi c'est parti? C'est très bien. Ah, pop japonaise, voilà. Voilà, très bien. Hop, un peu de pop japonaise. Très cool. Très cool. Oh wow, certaines cartes sont moches. Alors, là, vous avez les leaders de base jusque là, jusqu'à lui. Et après, vous avez les leaders alt. Ils sont tous dans des styles différents, qu'on aime ou qu'on n'aime pas. Personnellement, je trouve qu'il y a des alts qui sont plus moches que le leader de base. Genre 7. Je trouve que le leader de base est bien plus cool. Mais j'ai préparé la tier list. J'ai préparé la tier list. Harry a du potentiel mais il ne peut pas s'exprimer avec la surpopulation de Kaïssa, mais maintenant que tout le monde joue Aurora pour le contrer, Harry à sa place. Le retour de Romain en tant qu'homme de l'ombre, exactement, c'est ça. Exactement. Qu'est-ce qu'on... Alors, attendez. Yo par l'orage. Attendez une petite seconde. Je vous pitch en 5 minutes ce qui va se passer. Et ensuite, on se lance dans le stream. Et vous connaissez, vous avez l'habitude normalement, si vous êtes des usual, yo Arox. Bienvenue à tous, bienvenue les gars. Si tu lèves sur Riftbound, je vais lurk, je suis full alter. Ouais, ce sera full Riftbound, en tout cas pour l'instant. Peut-être que je ferai des events le week-end, mais ce sera full Riftbound. Je prends 5 minutes pour vous expliquer ce qui se passe en français. Et j'insiste sur le en français parce que vous allez comprendre. Et après, on part sur le vrai live, ok? Je connais rien à Riftbound. Il y a déjà des tutos en anglais qui sont très bien faits sur YouTube. Et si jamais j'ai le temps, dans les semaines qui viennent, je vous ferai un tuto en français. Comment jouer à Riftbound qui sortira sur la chaîne YouTube, évidemment. Pour l'instant, j'ai pas eu le temps parce que ça prend du temps. Alors, bon, je mens si je dis que j'ai pas eu le temps. En vérité, il est écrit. Il est déjà écrit ce tuto, mais il fait un truc genre, je pense, bien 30 minutes de vidéo. Ce qui en tournage doit représenter à peu près 2 heures, 2 heures et demie. Plus 3-4 jours de montage complet derrière parce que bah, pour toutes les pop, les animations et tout, ça prend du temps. Donc ouais, ça va pas sortir tout de suite, mais j'y travaille déjà et ça arrivera. Je peux vous montrer le script si vous voulez. Non, je peux peut-être pas vous montrer le script parce que ça doit être sur un truc où je peux pas tout vous montrer. Il y a encore des trucs un peu cachés. Il y a encore des trucs un peu cachés, vous connaissez. Sans mentir, je connais pas du tout, j'en ai même jamais entendu parler et compliqué pour me lancer dans un 4ème jeu niveau compétitif. Du coup, désolé si la demande est un peu chiante à recevoir, mais est-ce que tu vas reprendre le contenu sur Yu-Gi-Oh! Du coup? Il y a pas de souci, t'as complètement raison de poser la question et je suis là pour entre guillemets forcer personne. Non, je compte pas reprendre le contenu sur Yu-Gi-Oh! En tout cas, vraiment pas tout de suite. Si vous êtes fan que de Yu-Gi-Oh! Eh ben, je suis désolé, pour l'instant, le contenu sera pas fait pour vous et peut-être que plus tard, on sait pas, on reprendra. Je dis pas que c'est impossible. En tout cas, pour l'instant, je vais concentrer l'intégralité de mes efforts sur Riftbound. Et merci beaucoup pour ta question Creeper parce que du coup ça va me permettre d'en parler. Riftbound c'est vraiment super. Pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas, je vous pitch très rapidement. C'est le TCG qui est issu de l'univers de League of Legends. Vous savez quoi, je vais vous repasser en full cam. Attendez, full cam elle est où? Full cam elle est là, je crois. Ça marche. Ça marche. Avec les sous-titres qui sont cassés mais ça marche. C'est le TCG qui est issu de l'univers de League of Legends. TCG donc qui va être supervisé par Riot Games. Si vous ne connaissez pas League of Legends, vous connaissez peut-être Valorant, vous connaissez peut-être Legends of Runeterra, vous connaissez peut-être Wild Rift, vous connaissez peut-être Project 2XKO, vous connaissez peut-être Arcane, la série Netflix. Tout ça, c'est Riot Games, donc autant vous dire que c'est des gens, hein. C'est des gens. La musique est trop forte par rapport à ta voix, je trouve. Ah, alors attendez, je peux la baisser. Je peux la baisser sans souci. Hop. Est-ce que c'est mieux comme ça? Vous me dites, hein, moi je m'adapte aux besoins. J'ai baissé un petit peu, je peux baisser encore s'il y a besoin, vous n'hésitez pas. C'est globalement les plus grands producteurs de divertissement au monde si on cumule tous leurs aspects. Ils se lancent dans le TCG avec un TCG qui s'appelle Riftbound et qui va reprendre les personnages, les histoires des univers étendus des jeux Riot Games. Donc si vous aimez un petit peu le lore des champions et tout, ben, vous allez être servi, il va y avoir plein de choses hyper cool. Et il y a un circuit compétitif qui a déjà été annoncé, il y a déjà des tournois en Chine, ça sort fin octobre en Europe et le jeu est juste exceptionnel. J'ai des decks sur moi, bougez pas, donnez-moi une petite seconde. Hop, tac, voilà. Hop, tiens de regarder, attendez. Yo, ah, je descends un peu. Yo, voilà, position. Vous voyez pas tout dans la caméra, mais la position de fou. Hein. La position de fou furieux. J'ai des decks sur moi puisque si vous voulez vous procurer des cartes, eh bien vous pouvez aller sur Piltover Archive, qui est un site en anglais. Sur ce site, bah, je peux vous montrer rapidement si vous voulez, je peux vous montrer. Regardez, hop, boum, je m'ouvre Piltover Archive juste ici. Je fais deck builder, et bon alors, vous pouvez avoir accès à toutes les cartes du jeu directement. Et si par exemple je vais dans Deck Library pour prendre un deck qui est déjà fait et que je prends ce deck là, on va prendre un deck au hasard, eh bien vous pouvez faire Export, Print Proxies, juste ici, et vous faites Generate and Download PDF, et vous avez donc il va me générer un PDF, et ensuite il vous sort un PDF directement au bon format pour imprimer des cartes. Donc j'ai plusieurs decks sur moi, évidemment, j'ai énormément spam le jeu, je pense, par rapport à la moyenne des gens. Je pense que j'ai peut-être 200 ou 300 games, peut-être plus que ça même, je sais pas, je me rends pas compte. En tout cas, depuis quasiment... On a commencé à imprimer les cartes pour jouer avant que tous les reveals soient faits. Ils ont fait un mois de reveal et on a globalement commencé à jouer avant même la sortie de ça. Donc ben, j'ai pas mal de games. Pourquoi je veux aller sur Riftbound? Déjà, parce que le jeu est exceptionnel pour ceux qui ont joué à l'Orcana, pour ceux qui ont joué à Magic, à One Piece. On récupère des côtés très cool de ça, avec notamment le mana, enfin la présence d'un mana deck, qui est plutôt très agréable. Je vous explique un petit peu pourquoi après. Et de l'autre côté, pour ceux qui viennent plutôt de Yu-Gi-Oh, eh ben, on retrouve un truc que personnellement j'avais jamais vraiment retrouvé dans un TCG autre que Yu-Gi-Oh, bah, c'est de l'interaction pendant le tour adverse. En fait, dans Riftbound, il y a énormément de cartes qu'on appellerait des end-traps à Yu-Gi-Oh, c'est-à-dire des cartes que vous pouvez activer pendant le tour adverse. Donc c'est ultra intéressant, ça vous force à jouer autour de plein de données, etc. Mais comme on a ce côté mana, eh ben, on perd un petit peu ce côté FTK, donc first turn kill, que pouvait parfois avoir Yu-Gi-Oh! De dire, ben, j'ai pas eu mes end-traps, le mec en face a juste turbo, il m'a défoncé, j'ai rien pu faire. Qui est un grand argument des gens qui n'aiment pas Yu-Gi-Oh! Et que je peux comprendre. Que pour le coup, je peux clairement comprendre. Donc, on a un peu ces deux balances-là qui s'équilibrent dans un jeu qui est vraiment bon, avec un 7-1 qui est extrêmement complet. Il y a je crois qu'il y a plus de 300 cartes, ou près de 300 cartes. Beaucoup de dynamiques intéressantes, un méta qui change. Et en plus, je vois dans le chat le cash prize, ça évidemment ça compte. On est sur un jeu qui va avoir une scène compétitive développée, déjà annoncée par Riot. On connaît déjà ce qui va se passer, avec notamment du cash prize à la clé pour les meilleurs joueurs. Donc ça encourage évidemment l'investissement en temps et en énergie dans le jeu. Et en plus de ça, eh bien, si vous connaissez un petit peu Riot, vous savez que même quand ils créent des nouvelles IPs, donc des nouvelles licences, des nouveaux jeux, la plupart du temps, ils sont forts pour pousser des scènes, pousser des narratives, faire des hosts, faire du cast, des analyses desk, etc. Donc l'objectif, ça va aussi être de se positionner sur ce créneau-là le plus tôt possible et qu'on puisse progresser tous ensemble, et pourquoi pas essayer d'accéder à ce genre de contenu. Ce serait très cool. Donc voilà, ça c'est un petit peu l'objectif, le pourquoi du comment de je vais sur Riftbound. Et pourquoi je vous recommande de tester le jeu aussi, parce que je le répète, ça va vous paraître très partial, très subjectif. vu que je viens de lancer un live sur Riftbound. Mais je vous le dis, le jeu est insane. Le jeu est vraiment trop bien. J'ai joué à masse TCG dans ma vie. J'ai joué à Altered, One Piece, Lorcana, Yu-Gi-Oh! J'ai testé Pokémon, j'ai testé Magic. C'est probablement le meilleur jeu de cartes auquel j'ai jamais joué. Vous avez le droit de pas être d'accord, bien évidemment. Vous avez le droit de préférer rester sur votre TCG de cœur. Vous avez le droit de m'avoir suivi pour Yu-Gi-Oh! Et de ne pas vouloir jouer à Riftbound. Il n'y a aucun souci. Mais si jamais vous êtes un peu curieux et que vous aimez les TCG et que vous avez envie de tester, bah foncez, c'est juste beaucoup trop bien en fait. C'est juste beaucoup trop bien. La prod des tournois est vraiment insane. Ouais, la prod des tournois est vraiment insane. Et d'ailleurs, bah, je vous propose qu'on fasse un petit peu ça ce soir. Je vais juste faire une dernière parenthèse de 2-3 minutes avant de lancer. Et après, on y va. J'en ai parlé dans ma vidéo qui est sortie ce soir vers 19h sur ma chaîne YouTube pour annoncer que je revenais. Je vais vous en parler ici aussi. À partir de maintenant, et d'ailleurs c'est pour ça que vous voyez des petits sous-titres qui s'affichent juste au niveau de mon écran, à partir de maintenant, à la fin de cette parenthèse, je vais stream en anglais. Je vais stream uniquement en anglais. L'objectif étant, un, de toucher une communauté plus large, et deux, j'en ai parlé dans la vidéo, les gens qui vont décider qui fera du contenu ou qui ne fera pas du contenu avec Riot ne sont probablement pas français. Autant mettre toutes les chances de mon côté, si vous voulez. Donc je vais stream en anglais, full English. Pour ceux qui sont pas à l'aise avec l'anglais, ne vous inquiétez pas, j'ai pensé à vous. You will see that there's a translation system on the screen. Et voilà, vous voyez, il y a des sous-titres. Je vous ai installé. Alors là, il est full buggé parce que je parle en français et je lui ai dit que je parlais en anglais et je parle en français. Donc là, il est en mode c'est pas ce que tu fais. Mais il y a un système de sous-titres. Alors évidemment, il n'est pas parfait. Il y aura des imprécisions au niveau des sous-titres. J'essaierai de vous traduire quand je pourrai. Je répondrai aussi à vos questions en français dans le chat, au moins dans un premier temps. Je sais que ça va sûrement en gêner certains d'entre vous. Après, le conseil que je peux vous donner, en tout cas la remarque que je peux faire, c'est que globalement, l'anglais TCG, c'est un anglais assez simple. Je pense que si vous écoutez un peu d'anglais et que vous regardez les sous-titres, vous arriverez à comprendre la majorité de ce que je dis. Et ça vous permettra peut-être même d'améliorer votre anglais pour les tournois internationaux, puisque on sait que Riftbound, il y aura beaucoup de tournois internationaux et le système est déjà annoncé. Et que être capable de parler au moins correctement anglais, de se faire comprendre et de comprendre ses adversaires, c'est important dans ce genre d'événement pour pouvoir communiquer. Voilà, donc est-ce qu'il y a des questions? Est-ce que vous voulez en savoir plus? Est-ce que je réponds à quelque chose? Ou est-ce que je switch en anglais et je vous parle de ce qu'on va faire aujourd'hui? Objectivement, bon choix. Je sais que ça va en rebuter certains, je suis désolé. Et j'espère que les sous-titres pourront compenser. J'ai essayé de faire le maximum pour que ce soit pas trop chiant pour vous. Mais je pense que pour ma carrière de streamer, pour le stream en général, et même pour la qualité des conversations qu'on pourra avoir, c'est mieux qu'on ait accès à d'autant plus de personnes et donc qu'on parle en anglais, quoi. Globalement, voilà. Du coup, je peux plus t'écouter en podcast. Alors, dans un premier temps, peut-être pas. Après, peut-être que ça te permettra. Vous savez, c'est un peu le truc de tu regardes des séries en anglais sur Netflix et au bout d'un moment, tu comprends mieux l'anglais. Peut-être qu'au bout d'un moment, ça te permettra aussi de mieux cerner le truc. Qui sait? Tu vois, j'ai un truc de prévu, mais je reprendrai en revenant et top la reprise. Bah écoute, ça régale. Bisous BG. Et je me suis foutu mes nez dans la gueule. Et à bientôt. À bientôt, frérot. Est-ce qu'on est bon? Est-ce que tout le monde est OK avec ça? Alors attendez, je vais remettre juste Twitch là. Voilà, comme ça j'ai tout. Et on est bon. On est bon. Si j'arrive à comprendre l'anglais, pourquoi pas, mais ça va être chaud. Écoute, si jamais c'est trop la galère, mon frérot, t'as mes DM, on se parle régulièrement. Tu me dis et on essaiera de trouver des solutions. On essaiera de trouver des solutions. Si le sous-titrage suffit pas, j'essaierai d'améliorer, pourquoi pas le système. Je sais pas encore trop comment faire. J'ai trouvé un truc gratuit qui m'a l'air plutôt OK. Et donc voilà. On est bon? On peut switch? On est parti? Attendez, est-ce que vous avez encore de la musique? Est-ce que tout va bien? Tout a l'air bon. Écoutez, je pense qu'on va y aller. So, welcome back everyone. Sorry to all the English speakers. I was talking to my French audience because I used to be a French streamer. Obviously, my English is going to be a bit rusty, but I'll try to improve it as long as the stream goes. And in a few weeks, I should be able to be perfectly understandable and not have any trace of French accent left. I hope everything is going to be good. and it's going to work properly with the subtitles and all, and we can have a great stream together. So today, this is my very first Riftbound stream, and for those who knew me before and knew what I was doing on other TCGs creating content, I will be debating meta game, talking, casting games, also doing power rankings, tier lists, and all that stuff. So I hope this will fit what you want to see. I know there are already streamers that are doing that are running this kind of content, and I hope that mine will complement them, and like all together we can build something very powerful and very interesting to discuss. Je surveille juste les sous-titres. Ok, c'est un peu long. C'est un peu long quand je parle vite. Ok, bon, faut que je fasse attention à pas parler trop vite alors, pour l'instant. Ok. So, first of all, there's something I want to discuss regarding Riftbound Legends and Riftbound like champions. So, for those who don't know yet, Riftbound has a system of legends. So, when you build your deck, the first thing you have to do, if you go to Piltover Archive, you will see it. First thing you have to do is pick your legend. This will define a lot of things, including the color of your deck. So, let's say I'm picking Leona. I can play green-yellow. I have to play green-yellow, actually. If I'm picking Kaisa, I have to go red-blue. If I'm picking Victor, I have to go blue-yellow, and so on and so on. And this is what we will use to define a deck's power, because every legend has a different effect. So Kaisa allows you to generate power, Darius allows you to generate mana, Ari allows you to debuff attackers, and so on and so on. So this is what we'll use to define a deck's power, but keep in mind that having a strong effect is not everything there is to a legend, and the color combination of the legends is also very important. For instance, I think that the best effect for Ari is not what's print on it, but the fact that she's green-blue, which are two very strong colors that fit very well together. That being said, I kinda wanted to have some sort of tier list talk with you all, because I think the way the game is right now, it's been released for about a month in China, and we've had like 4 regional tournaments there, so 500 players plus tournaments, and like kinda all of them, even though the second and third one had similar metagames, kinda all of them had different metagames, different deck lists, and I think people are too eager to make power rankings. So what I kinda want to do today to start the stream is ranking Riftbound Legends by potential and not necessarily by actual power, because I don't think we can already rank power. Deck lists still need to be found, combos still need to be found and broken. For instance, in the first 2 weeks of competition, we saw Master Yi very strong with a lot of early game potential, with the Poros, with the leader effect that is just like very good to defend early on. And then in the last week, we saw Master Yi being played with a very late game build, and it was like very different, but still Master Yi, and not at all, not the same gameplay at all. So I want to discuss potential, what I think leaders can do, and how I think they will evolve in the metagame, without discussing like, this one is absolute tier 0, it will stomp everything, just so good. This one, bad, as of now, unplayable. I just want to discuss potential in power, and obviously the way they are ranked in the current metagame will be something, but will be some part of the reflection, but it's not everything there is to it, and there are still a lot of things to be found and meant to upgrade some deck's power level. Is it anything to ask? Anything clear, or we can start digging into the tier list for the start of the stream? think you should turn the music down a bit. Even more? Okay, I can do that. Is it good? Is this good? Tell me. I did turn it down. I can turn it down even more. Just let me know if the volume is alright. Kaysa S tier. She won 3 regional out of 4. Nothing to say. Well. Okay, so let's start with Kaysa. Really interesting discussion, actually. So, how do I think Kaysa places as of now in the metagame, and how will she perform in the upcoming events, in my opinion? I think Kaysa is between S and A. So like absolute best, let's say, absolute best, very good, decent, not good, trash. Let's do something like that, okay? So absolute best is like, if you don't pick this leader and you want to win, I think you're trolling. Very good is like, you can probably pick this leader and do something very good with it, this legend. Decent is like, can maybe do something, not that good though. No good is like, you should probably not pick this leader. And trash is like barely playable, okay? This is what we'll try to use as the categories. And I think Kaysa is between very good and absolute best. Most people will probably say it's absolute best, no discussion. It's the best deck in the format, and the good player on the good Kaysa deck list will win the tournament. I kind of disagree. Why I think Kaysa is good in the first place is because she is one of the decks that is able, as a set 1 deck, so limited pool of cards, not everyone has all the options they want to have, and she's one of the few decks that is able to say, okay, I have a sufficient number of copies of a similar card to be able to see them every game. And that's Blast. So if we go to the deck builder, we go to Kaysa, and we go to the main deck, we have like 9 to maybe like 12, 15 cards that are able to deal damage directly without using a unit. There's X-Tech Ray, so that's 3. There's Falling Star, which is like kind of broken, of course. That's 6. Then there's Void Seeker, that's 9 at least. Then we have Kaysa's signature spell, which is Ikchen Rain, which like most people play 1 or 0 in the main deck and 1 or 2 in the side deck. But you can potentially go to like 1 or 2 copies in the main deck. I think this card is like really strong. And then you also can play Singularity. So you can go from like 10, 11 to 15 copies of basically the same card. And that's what makes it really strong, because she's able to do something consistently in a format where decks kind of struggle to be consistent and have the same strategies every time. So I think that's the first thing with Kaysa, which makes it like a good deck. Let's not say an absolute best deck, but like a very good deck at the very least in this format. She's more stable than the other. Second thing, and I know people would disagree with this take, but second thing, Kaysa is kinda easy to play. Like, if you have a decent opening, it's not so hard to play, and maybe the mirror match is a bit more technical, but like Kaysa is not hard to play. Enemy plays a unit, you blast it. You use a card that deals damage to it, you blast it. Okay, then enemy plays like 2 units, you go Falling Star, you blast them, they die. Not many counterplay from the opponent, and not many skill required to recognize the pattern that they have 1 unit, I blasted, they have 2 units, I blasted with Falling Star, and so on and so on. Obviously, there are a bit of interactions that can like stop you from doing that, but yeah, Kaysa is not that hard to play. So these 2 factors combined, stable and not that hard to play, make it a really good pick in early on in the game, because you don't have to have that many games, and if you're a good TCG player with good fundamentals, you are sure that you will have the tools to win basically every game, or at least have a shot. Yo can attack you, Yomiya. Welcome back. Welcome back. C'est so glad to have you guys here. Um, so yeah, this is why I think Kesa is good. Why I think Kesa could be not so good is another reason, but basically it's linked. It's because when you're really good at doing something, you will naturally like build your deck to do this regularly. Blasting, deal 3, deal 4, draw 1, deal 12. You will try to add these cards together to have them on every turn and like make them even more powerful. Because, like, let's say your opponent has 3 units in hand. He plays 1, you blast it, then he plays 2, and you don't have spells to blast it. Well, your first blast is good, but it's not game breaker. Your opponent can still play with the 2 units he played later on, right? If you have 2 blasts or even more in hand, it's very different, and the blasts become even stronger because he plays a unit, you blast it, then he plays 2 units, you blast them both, and then he has no unit and he's stuck drawing and digging through his deck to see another one. And that's what's really strong. For those who knew me for Yu-Gi-Oh, it's kind of like entraps, you know? The more entraps you have, the more powerful your entraps get because they stack together and they make each other stronger. It's the same for Blast. The problem is if you want to play a lot of Blast, then you're kinda facing issues against lists that are built to beat Blast, sorry. And we've seen it become like true every regional a bit more, with like Master Yi, first of all, not always playing Kiana, which is a very good card against Blast. Sorry, I will show you Kiana in a second. Kiana is right here, so this card has decent stats, and it also has Deflect, which reads if your opponent targets this card with a spell or an ability, they have to burn 1 more rune to make the effect go through. So it's a very good card against Blast. Then we started seeing Dead Bloom Predator, also a Deflect card. We started seeing Zonia, which is a card that allows your unit to survive through Blast. We started seeing this card being played, Unyielding Spirit, which allows you to not take any ability damage this turn. And all these things together, also Sabotage, which is a very good card to prevent the blast from happening by discarding them beforehand. Sorry. All these cards being put together are like very hard to counter for Keisa, or like maybe even impossible, because if she wants to play counters to this, then she will have to take some cards out of her deck to make it less stable, less consistent, to counter these strategies. And then when facing a more normal matchup, she will have a tough time. So that's the first thing. The second thing is basically 1 card, and this card is Dazzling Aurora. So Kaisa plays a combination of colors, which is red and blue, which does not have any good gear removal. The only gear removal she has access to is Thermo Beam, which is this card. Give me a second. Thermo Beam, where you at? Here. Which is a 5 cost, 2 power burn card that kills all gear. It's not a good card. It's way too expensive to be good. You basically skip a turn to clear an Aurora that already activated its effect, and the opponent can very well have another Aurora to play because Yi is able to dig his deck very deep. MF is able to dig her deck very deep. So this card is not good. If you have to include this card in your sideboard, not only does it take 3 spots, but it's 3 spots for a bad card that will probably not even 100% win you the matchup. Which is why I think Keisa will have, or has already, a tough time fighting against Aurora. For those who don't know, Aurora is a gear. You play it on 9. Most decks that play it are known as Aurora X champion name, like Aurora E or Aurora MF. And at the end of your turn, it will allow you to reveal cards from the top of your deck until you hit a unit. Then you play it for free, and it happens at the end of every single of your turn. The thing is, this card is very popular right now, especially because it counters Kaisa so well. And of course, there are counters to the counter. You can beat Aurora, but it's very difficult for Kaisa. And that's why I think Kaisa is not the absolute best at all, despite winning 3 regionals in China out of the 4 that happened. So there was 4 regionals in 4 weekends, and Kaisa basically won the 3rd one. And when the 4th one happened last weekend, people had started to build against Kaisa, understand her weaknesses and the way to play through her game plan, and she lost. And not only did she lose, but she had a terrible conversion rate compared to the other regional. So yeah, I don't think Kaisa is like broken at all. I think it's just a consistent deck that is rather easy to play and that was appealing in the beginning of the game, which is completely normal. If you take any TCG in the world, the easiest strong statistics deck always do well at the beginning. That's normal. People spend time trying to learn the mechanics of the game and not like digging into deck building. So it's normal that easier consistent deck win it all at the start of the game. So I do think Kaisa is very good and not like absolutely broken tier 0 deck. All right. Now, the other contender, which might be there in terms of absolute best deck, is Yi. I think Master Yi is probably, as of now, the deck with the most tools and also the most ways to be built. I'm not too fond of the current version, which is, let me show you a list. Here we go. Deck library, first place, Hangzhou. So this one was Aurora, right? Oh, yeah, it was. So basically, Master Yi is toolbox, draw power, ramp, draw power, toolbox, draw and ramp, toolbox, ramp, and big bodies and Aurora, right? So game plan is very simple. Dig the deck, find Aurora, play Aurora, protect it with the toolbox, being Windwall, Defy, Charm, and so on. Confront 2. So yeah, play Aurora and then protect it and have your units do what they do best, which is have big stats, big bodies, and stomp your opponent. J'aimerais participer au débat, mais mon anglais est terrible. Aïe, 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 aïe. Sorry, Papikawa. Je crois que les sous... Est-ce que tu peux me confirmer? Je crois que les sous-titres ont du délai. Je crois que les sous-titres ont du délai. Si c'est ça, c'est chiant. Que du coup, vous pouvez pas répondre en même temps. Et ça, c'est un peu embêtant. Et j'arrive pas à me concentrer sur mon anglais et à regarder les sous-titres en même temps. Sinon, juste mon cerveau explose. Oui, ils ont du délai. Ça, c'est chiant, ça. Il faut que je regarde si je peux trouver un autre système, alors. J'essaierai de faire ça pour le prochain stream. Et en étant honnête, les sous-titres sont à chier. Ouais, bah ouais, je pense, ouais. J'ai comme l'impression que les sous-titres sont à chier, en effet. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait, les boys? On fait du français? On fait quoi? Attendez. Tu vas perdre trop... Te fais pas chier pour la première, tu vas perdre trop de temps. Ouais, bon, on keep... Je suis désolé, on keep en anglais et j'essaye de revenir semaine prochaine avec un système qui marche mieux. Ok? Je vais essayer de trouver une solution. Je vous promets rien, je suis désolé. Et tu deviens le meilleur joueur Riftbound FR. En vrai, je pourrais, hein. Mais bon. Je pense que l'anglais, c'est broken quand même. Merci beaucoup pour le follow Disco. Bienvenue à toi, mon ref. Comment il va celui-là? J'étais pas follow, j'ai honte. T'inquiète, MDR. Pas de soucis. Comment tu vas, beau gosse? Ça va, hein? Ça va. Ils vont avoir Joshua Smooth Riftbound. En fait, ça me fait chier parce que vous êtes le sang chaud de la veine, vous avez toujours été là et tout. Mais en même temps, je pense que l'anglais, c'est full pertinent. Il faudrait juste qu'on trouve un système qui fonctionne, en fait. Il faudrait juste qu'on trouve un système qui fonctionne. Je vous promets que j'essaie de trouver ça pour la semaine prochaine. J'essaie de vous trouver un système qui fonctionne. Et je continue en anglais pour l'instant. Ça vous va comme ça? Et peut-être que les sous-titres YouTube seront mieux que les sous-titres à chier de là qui ont 30 secondes de retard. Peut-être. J'espère. J'ai ouvert 2 boosters Riftbound et je crois que j'ai eu une folie. T'as eu quoi, Koubé? Fais-moi rêver un peu. Fais-moi rêver. Je propose le franglais. Bon, je vais reprendre en anglais. Je vais reprendre en anglais. Et je fais en français pour vous. Et je refais une vidéo en anglais. Ah, je sais pas, je sais pas. J'ai pas envie de vous laisser dans la sauce. Non, je pense qu'il faut que je fasse en anglais, les gars. Je pense qu'il faut que je fasse en anglais. Je suis désolé. Je suis vraiment désolé. Et on va essayer de trouver une solution. On va essayer de trouver. Je t'ai envoyé sur Discord. Qu'est-ce que tu m'as envoyé? Ah ouais? Ouais, bah ouais, ça, ouais, c'est une petite folie, ouais. Ça vaut des sous, ça. Ça vaut des vilains sous, hein. Alors pour ceux qui. Alors attendez, je vais faire ça, ce sera plus simple. Comment on fait déjà? Ouvrir le lien. Je peux pas? Ah si, c'est là peut-être. Plus copier le lien. Ça, c'est le leader alternatif Yashio signé. Ça vaut, je sais pas combien ça vaut en chinois, mais banger. Maxi banger, pour le coup. Passif est trop impactant et tu perds le meilleur temps du jeu avec Poro Vert qui a 5 de might quand il est aggro sur un battlefield. Oui, oui, oui. Oh que oui. Le Yashio signé, ouais, vilaine carte. Vilaine carte. Alors, bon, je reprends en anglais, je suis désolé. Est-ce que vous préférez avec les sous-titres qui lag ou sans les sous-titres du tout? Qu'est-ce que vous préférez? Vous me dites. Et j'essaie de m'adapter. Je vous les mets ou je vous les mets pas. Là, je vous les ai enlevés parce que ça sert à rien d'avoir une bande noire au milieu de l'écran si vous ne pouvez pas l'utiliser. Vous me dites. Vous me dites. Enlève, serre. Bon, bah, j'enlève. J'enlève et on y va comme ça. J'espère que le sous-titrage YouTube sera mieux. Et si c'est pas le cas, et ben, j'essaierai de vous trouver une solution pour la semaine prochaine. J'essaierai de trouver une solution. So, sorry to all the English speakers. I was chatting with my French audience, but we're back, and I was talking about Yi. So I think, as of now, Yi is one of the decks with the most toolbox available to him. I kind of dislike this list because, okay, there is a lot of draw power, there is a lot of consistency tools, there is a lot of utility and toolboxes, but the big problem is if you don't see Aurora, I think this list is not good enough to bring you to win. So you can win games without Aurora, but not consistently. And if your opponent plays a counter to Aurora, I think you're in a really tough spot because they will be able to remove your main strategy piece and you won't be able to do much about it. Now, what I think made this deck win the last regional is because Aurora was not a card that was like really played. The week before, the Yi list already played ramp cards like Find Your Center, but they played them in a late game build without Aurora. Most of the time, it was like Dead Bloom, White Flame, the Champion, and some early game unit. If they play Aurora and there is knowledge about the fact that they do play Aurora, there is an easy way to counter Aurora because like most colors have a way to break gears. And some of them are of course better. The red one is kind of shit, Thermal Beam. I talked about it, it's kind of shit. The blue one does basically not exist. I don't think there's a single card in blue that allows you to break a gear. But for the other colors, it's a different story. Green has this card, which is surprisingly decent. So it's a 4 cost, 3 might card. It's other shit, okay? The stat line is shit. Dog water. The effect is when I conquer, you may kill gear. If you do, buff me. Once again, dog water. Like barely playable cards. What's really interesting with this card is the fact that Yi, I should put another Piltover Archive. Just give me a second. What's very, very interesting with this card is that Yi is a green deck. And green has access to 2 exclusive tools that only green can play in the game, which are Defy and Windwall. So Defy allows you to counter a spell that costs no more than 4 and no more than power, and Windwall allows you to counter any spell in the game. Most ways to clear gear in the game are spells. So Yi has the best of both worlds. He can play Aurora, and he can play counters to the spells that destroy Aurora. Obviously, you have to combine them to get them together and to have the combo work. But this card, which apparently looks like it's Dark Water, unplayable once again, is kind of decent because it's the only way to clear a gear that is not a spell. So yeah, it's kind of decent. And there's another reason why it's getting even better. It's because there's another deck that can play Aurora very efficiently, and this deck is Misfortune. Let me get a deck list. So yeah, this one, whatever. And Misfortune has a card which is a big problem when it's combined with Aurora, and this card is Mind Splitter. Once again, your opponent plays Aurora. You have the card in hand that says kill a gear. For whatever color you play, you can kill a gear, alright? But your card is a spell. So you have to wait for your opponent to put his Aurora on the board, and then on the next turn, you have to use your spell to kill the Aurora. Like, very simple interaction, right? But what happens if the Aurora reveals and plays for free a Mind Splitter or a Soul Gorger, and they already have a Mind Splitter in the graveyard? Then they will see your hand before you get the chance to play. They will discard the card that kills Aurora, and you did not manage to clear Aurora. And that's what makes this card, like this shitty guy, kind of decent. Because in an Aurora matchup, like Yi or Misfortune, you can just play him into your base, and he's going to stay there the whole game. And if your opponent plays Aurora, you can clear it. And that's kind of interesting, the way this swaps the metagame. So yeah, this card is fine. It's not so bad, and it's a good way to remove gears. Now, if you go to purple probably also have one of the best gear removals because it's very cheap. It's acceptable losses. So only 1 mana, no burn, no power, sorry. Action too, so you can play during your opponent's turn. Let's say they get maybe a Dead Bloom at the end of the turn, and Dead Bloom tries to enter a battlefield and then starts a showdown, and you have 1 mana left for whatever reason. You can play acceptable losses to kill the Aurora directly, which is something cool. And it does not cost much. Yellow has probably the best spell to remove gears in the game as of now, which is Salvage. Salvage allows you to kill a gear and draw 1, but it costs a power, so it's like decent, but can get defied. It's a very good card, don't get me wrong, but it's like risky in a way. And orange, I think orange has a way to clear gears. Which one is it? I'm not an orange player as of now, but give me a second, I'll find it if there's one. I think there's one. Is there not? Yeah, no. I think I was mistaken. Yeah, no. So orange does not have a way to clear the gears. But since Yi is also green, it gets a way to do so with the Mustache Man. This guy. So yeah, I think Yi won probably because Aurora was not expected. And since Croc, tu peux mettre en VF STP. Hello RSTCG, how you doing? Yes, so Yi won probably because Aurora was not expected, at least this Yi build. The thing with Yi is, with the combination of colors he has, he probably has access to the best toolboxes in the game, which are buffs such as Hang Ward and Discipline, which are damage control with unyielding spirit, with also another card that I think is severely underplayed in this build, which is this guy. Where's the guy? The backpack. Here. Here's the Packet Club. Yeah, so I think this card is severely underplayed, and it's not bad by any mean. It's a decent turn 2 because it's a 3/3 with no power cost, so it's like you're okay to drop it. Some people are playing Wielder of Water, which is a 3/4/2 unit, which is this one, yeah. 3 energy for True Might, but when it attacks or defends alone, it gets +2, so works really well with E. But when you get blasted by cards, you don't get proc the effect because you're not attacking or defending, you're just standing there. So it's 2 might, and then it gets blasted and it dies, basically. What's really interesting with the pack is like it's a 3/3, so a bit better than base stat, the raw stat of the wielder, a bit worse than its maximum potential, but stable card, no more cost, no additional cost, and a very interesting keyword, which is Eden. And Eden means you can pay a power to add the card in the battlefield you control and then flip it. And why is it, in my opinion, very good, at least in the side deck? It's because if you end up playing against Kaisa, which is your natural predator, if you're not playing the Aurora build, that is, you can hide these cards, then they play a spell to blast your body in the field. You just let it die, you flip these cards, and then you still have control of the battlefield, and they have to have another blast. So basically, the Yi matchup into Kaisa, in my opinion, is just trying to outblast them in a way, with cards like the Paka right here, with cards like the Unyielding Spirit right here, with Sabotage, with Engward to buff your units so they don't die by a blast, with Defy to counter blasts, with Discipline, of course, which is right there to also buff your characters so they don't die. And basically, I think like a mid-range Yi list is very capable of outlasting Kaisa and having extra bodies, and also Zonia. I forgot to talk about Zonia, but of course Zonia is a very good card in Kaisa. You are very capable of having enough cards to have them spend all their blasts and you still have bodies left, which is very interesting and very good way to counter Kaisa on a regular basis, because you don't need one specific card that breaks the interaction in the matchup. You just need to get one of your 12-15 cards that are very good in the matchup and kind of counter the mechanics of your opponent's deck. So yeah, I think Yi has a very good toolbox. I've not talked about his legend effect yet. It's very strong, of course. Giving your units +2 when they're defending is kind of good. Why do I put him as the best deck above Kaisa? Is because he has more options in the build. But there's something I want to mention. I can use the pen though. Will be easier to understand. Something I want to mention too is that Yi's deck building compared to other decks goes. Oh wait, does not work. Why don't you work, little pen? E. Wait. Why does it not work? If I do this, will it work? No. Wait. It was working before the stream, so give me a second, I will. Oh, it's considered not open? What is this? The pen not working. Eee! What do I do? Let me kill this and relaunch it. Pen, where you at? Pen is here. Pen, you die. And then, pen, you live. And you work. Right? Where's pen? Pen here. Pen works. Okay, great. So, Master Yi's deck building is kind of like this, in a way that every single card you play in the deck has to fit with your leader ability. It's not a leader ability that's very flexible. It's not something that you can try to like play around. You just have to warp your entire deck around the fact that you will only have one unit at a battlefield at a time, except in like very late game situations with Aurora. You can play like 2/8 might units, and then it's like not that important to have like +2 because you already have like 16 or like something like that. So yeah, but most of the time you will have to warp your whole deck building towards its passive, and that's why I shape it like that. It's because at the end of the day, we'll be limited by what your legend does. All right. So I'd say that is the way Yi is supposed to deck build. On the other end, I do think that some legends, such as Kaisa, such as Ari, such as Yasuo too, built the other way around, which is okay. So my legend does this, insert legend ability, of course, and then starting from this point, I can build this way because the effect is not too harsh and allows me to build in a lot of different ways, have a lot of different options, surprise my opponent. So I do think that deck building with Yi will at some point be limited by the legend, and maybe when we have like way more cards like set 3, set 4, Yi will start to become way less popular because it's kind of narrow in the way you have to build it, and the options that will be released in the upcoming set will make other legends stronger in their ability to do different things, and that will be detrimental to Yi. So I do think that Yi is good as of now, but will not be tier 0 like forever and stomping the competition forever, even though it's like very good now. Yo, Cracky, how you doing? Yep, I stopped streaming for a while, but I'm back, baby. And I hope we'll have some good time talking Riftbound. Now, I've kinda done it the power way. So I've ordered them power by power, and I think the third legend I want to talk about might be a bit more surprising for you guys, but I do think that Ari is a very good legend. I think Ari is really strong because she does have a lot of options, such as Yi. Because green, first of all, I think is an insane, amazing color with counter spells, with buffs, with strong gears, strong gear removal, strong units such as the shield Poro. It's a very good color in like any aspect of the color. It's very good. Yi goes green orange, which is kind of like decent in establishing boards and toolbox to protect your bodies. Ari goes like green blue, and blue is more like spells, control, draw power, interaction. So they kind of get to different builds with the same basis in green. But I think Ari is really good as a legend. Her effect, as a reminder, is when opponent unit attack a battlefield you control, they get -1, so -1 might, which I think is good, but not like very insane. And her best effect that's printed on the card is you are able to play green and blue card. Something I want to show you guys in the deck library, if I can find it, is this Ari list, which is a list that topped the regional this weekend. The player that played it got like top 7, I think, 7th place. It's a very combo list, but still interesting to look at. So he got the Adaptatron tech, which probably helped him in a lot of ways. And he plays a combo of Time Warp and his champion. So basically, when I hold, you score an extra point with Ari. So instead of scoring 1, you score 2. Then you play Ari, you move it to battlefield, you have it survive because you are able to play buffs with Engward, Discipline, counter your opponent's spells, even though he plays Notify. And on the next turn, you play Time Warp and you win the game on the spot because you gain like 3-4 extra points in the same turn. This is what this list tries to do. I think it's using in like not a so good manner the potential of Ari. I'll show you one of my lists, which is kind of secret as of now, but has had like tremendous results in testing. I think it's at least 50-50 against the top decks and like destroys the other decks. It just requires you to be, I think, very good at the game, which I'm not as of now. I'm like good, but not like amazingly good. But yeah, so it's been updated since then, but I think something like this list could be very good. So let me zoom out a bit. Can I? I can. So I'll try to get you an image. Wait a second. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. And then generate image and whatever I need here. Downloads, and I'll put it on for you. All right. So this is the array list I've been running for a while. There have been a few changes. Your champions. Yep, I'm streaming in English as of now. Hope you're doing great. This is the kind of list I've been playing. There have been a few changes. Mundo went to the sideboards. And Smokescreen went to the main deck, a third copy of Smokescreen. Also, I've added the Wielder of Water to deck. The whole concept of this list is to play as many interaction as you can, to skill check your opponent on almost every card you play, to have a lot of draw power, a lot of toolbox, never run out of cards, and just be able to outplay your opponents in the long run. One of the problems of Kai'Sa and Yi, as I've talked about before, is that they both tend to run out of cards because they have to make plays. This game is free money like Lorcana and One Piece. It's money. I don't think it's going to be that free because it's very good. So most good TCG players will want to play it, I think. But yeah, it's like money. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, this list is one of the drafts I've been playing. It's really good. If you loved playing Entrapped deck in like Yu-Gi-Oh, you should give it a try. It's very interesting. You can dig very deep for your toolboxes. But it's also very not easy to play because it's very like you get hardly punished by mistakes. You don't have that many units in the deck. You only have like these guys, then the Sprite Mother, also the Sprite Core, which is kind of a pseudo unit, but like not a real unit. So if you misplay, if you lose a bit of tempo, if you lose a unit for like no reason that you could have saved or protected, you might very well lose the game from that point. Okay. That being said, give it a try, experiment it, and if you want to play something very interactive, I think this list is very good. There is a few changes that have been made. Give me a second. I will try to update it for you. From what I recall, I think the list ended up being one less retreat, one less Mundo, and what was the last change? One more Smokescreen, that's for sure. Oh, this one was inside deck. No, was it? Yeah, it was. Mundo was 2 off in the side deck, in the sideboard. Windwall was like there, and I don't recall what was the last card that was taken out, and it was like one more Smokescreen and 2 Wielders of Water. Give me a second, I can like maybe look at the deck. I have it in front of me. Wielder, where's the guy? Wielder of Water. Wait, Wielder? Oh, here. Here's Wielder. Then I think Zonia was out of sideboard for this mustache guy. And what was the last card? Give me a second. I'm just scrolling to the cards to see what was out of it. Oh yeah, it was Bright Call. Bright Call number 3 was out for a second Wielder of Water, which is right here.
And yeah, that was it from the last update we played, which will be version 6, because I've already playtested a lot with this deck. No, I'm not cold. I'm just growing my hair. So I'm kind of hiding it as of now because it does not look good, but later on it should be better. Yeah, so let me get you an image of this list. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So this is what I've been playing for the past weekend, and it's pretty good. Well, give it a try. Just to give you a bit more insight about Ari, what's really important in an Ari build, I think as of now, is the fact that you outmight your opponent, which might not seem easy against E, but like you have so many cards to buff slash debuff. So obviously you have this effect, which allows you to gain a might. And the way you have to build your deck to interact around this, to warp your deck building around this, I think, at least, is like any card that gives you card advantage and extra might is what you need in the deck. So this one is +1 might, so it's neg 1, -1 for the opponents, but it's very good and it draws. This one is +2. This one is -2 for the opponent. Which, by the way, this card is utterly broken. It's one of the best cards in the deck, and people don't play it for like I don't know whatever reason. I think it's even one of the best cards in the game right now. But yeah, it's very good. This one is +2. This one is -4. This one goes +2 in stats. And then this one is kind of +3 since you spawn sprite, so you're playing a 4/6. So basically, you want cards that outmight their value, and that's also why Mundo is here for the Kaisa matchup. And you want to also this one is +1 by that. And you want to have them, and this one can get plus regarding the spells you play. And then you want a lot of draw power, which is why I'm playing 3 draw power battlefields with discard 1, draw 1. When you all draw 1, and when you target a unit here with a spell, friend unit here with a spell, you get to draw an extra card. And most of the time, the deck has like 5, 6, 7 cards in hand, and just permanently outplays your opponent. You force them to commit plays, and then either you beat them down by using these cards, or you just lure them in, and then you go retreat or charm to punish them, or singularity even. A lot of toolbox, a lot of draw power, very interesting deck. You should probably try it if you like interaction, and I think it's really strong, really strong in the current metagame. So yeah, Ari I think is very good, not because legend effect, but because green-blue is very strong combo. That being said, I think these guys, as of now, might be the 3 top tier decks that we should see. So these 2 are the obvious top tiers, and this one is my personal pick, which I think is really strong, but you will need a very good player to play it, so I would not be surprised to see it not topping any event until like in a month or 2. But I think when people are like used to the list, it will become very good. On another end, let's go with the Aurora decks. So, as I've mentioned before, I don't consider it a mono Aurora deck. I think there's other alternative builds that you can play. You still can play Aurora too. But Aurora only decks are these guys which don't get any play rate if they don't play Aurora. And when I mean, Volibear does not always play Aurora, but it's kind of trash anyways. So you might as well play Aurora, right? Sorry. MF is decent. I think it struggles against aggressive decks. Ari can be aggressive, Victor can be aggressive, but it has a very good matchup into Kaisa. So it has seen success since the field was like populated by Kaisa to an extent. But yeah, as of now, I don't think MF will be that good. I think if you want to play Aurora, he also has very good pros. And other than that, MF is not playable without Aurora. So I don't think you should be playing this deck if you don't want to play Aurora. And I think if you want to play Aurora, you should consider it too. Volibear though is not good. It's just too slow, way too slow in the metagame. It takes time to set up. It needs a lot of cards in hand to combo together to get where it wants to get. And even though it can sometimes get where it wants to get, it is like kind of easily outplayed because both of his colors are just like might, stats, and not so much of anything else. So, like, for instance, in Ari games, I've played against Volibear as Ari. You can just like drop your early game units, start countering points, play Sprite Mothers, play Sprite Call to play even more aggressively into the board and get a lot of points early on. And then when Volibear is finally able to play like at full power to challenge you, you're on like 6-7 points sometimes, and you can just drop something like Charm or something like Smokescreen. And even though you have to burn a lot of power because most of his units have deflect, you can just like win one trade, and that is everything you need to win the game because they are way too far behind and they missed a lot of tempo, which is very important in this game. Tempo is very important concept in Riftbound. So basically the fact that you are able to establish board states that is stronger than your opponent's board state while not committing all of your resources. So it's a bit of a not a concept, but like it's having resources, being up in points, being up in battlefields held, and having the ability to come back, to get back at your opponent if he manages to clear the board. And all of this together, combined with the score, which is like insanely important. You cannot play the game the same way if you are ahead in points or if you are behind. If you are ahead, force them to come at you, force them to commit resources to try to get into your board. Don't spend resources to grid and like maybe get an extra point because you are ahead. You don't need to. If you are behind, it's the absolute opposite. You will need to be smart to outplay your opponent to gain tempo, to gain points, and to get back in front. And when you're in front, you're in the driver's seat, and you have to force your opponent to commit resources, because one of the big mistakes I've seen people do is being greedy. And like they have like 3 points, their opponent has 1, and like they have 5 mana or 6 mana, and they play and accelerate to try to go conquer the other battlefield, get a point, but they end up being full tapped, so no mana up, and then their opponent goes like Singularity or whatever and clears their whole board, and then they're done because they did not keep any resource to protect their board or to start again. So yeah, I think it's going to take some time for people to get experience with this notion of tempo, but it's very, very important. So yeah, that's kind of what I had to say for these 2 legends. Now, if we take Jinx, let's take them one by one as of now because there is no clear power ranking. I think Jinx is not good as of now. One of the main issues I have with Jinx is an issue that I generally have with Purple, which, like, sorry, Purple guys out there, Chaos Rune guys out there, and girls, of course. I think currently Purple is shit. If I had to pick an image, like you go like RPG with your friend, like Dungeons and Dragons or whatever, and you have the company, and then you go like blue is the mage, like casting spells, and like using his abilities to outsmart opponents. Green is like the ranger, we can go invisible, can dash, can like use powerful attacks. Orange, kinda like the barbarian, like you have a wall and he's like banging his head into the wall and being like, okay, maybe I'm stronger than the wall. That's orange. Red is more like a bowmaster, like goes from there and goes I can outrange you. And then yellow is the leader, the party leader, like whatever ranger or whatever you want, that likes to talk but also has ability to like summon a bunch of friends to fight for him, tokens and stuff. And then purple is like the dog of the crew. Is like, I can do fun tricks, but it does not do anything basically, right? It does not have very strong options, does not have very strong cards. Purple mechanics are meant to cheat cards in a way, allow you to do something that should not be possible to do by the rules. But as of now, it's too weak. It's way too weak. Yo, Ervirx, hope you're doing great. I'm Katchouze, the Katchouze guy. Yeah, so yeah, purple's not good as of now. So basically, Jinx becomes a red deck because purple's not good. But what happens when one of the best decks in the format is a red deck that fully utilizes the ways that red has to control the board and like the best cards in red in Kaisa? Then you don't have like any interest. Jinx Legends effect is not good. Drawing one when you have one or less card in hand at the beginning of the turn, as of now, is not good. You tend to turn into an hyper aggro deck that plays a lot of accelerates, but Jinx signature spells is a control spell, so it does not help your strategy. And well, I do think Jinx is not good as of now. Maybe later on, if purple gets good card, then maybe Jinx can be good. But as of now, it's like Kaisa, but not good. So it does not mean very good things for the legend, of course. Then comes Darius, and I think Darius is decent, borderline not good. Darius suffers from the same thing as Jinx in terms of metagame. It's like aggro decks are not good, like not very good. Darius must be an aggro deck the way it's built. His Legend's ability forces you to play basically 2 cards every turn. Obviously, you don't need to, but if you want to make full use of it, you have to. It's decent. Maybe it's decent. I'm tough. Going not good. No, I think just as I put Ari in very good, Darius will be my second take in like it's not so good, right? So yeah, it's got 2 different builds. One being a aggro build, which is like red yellow accelerate cards with tokens, and you take on fields and you play very aggressively, trying to end the game really fast. Not that good in the meta game once again. Second build is hook build. Of course, you guys know Darius hook maybe if you've played the game. If you don't, I'll show you what it's like. Give me a second. Darius, my guy. Where's hook? Baited hook. Yeah, so these cards basically. Baited hook, which is a card that allows you to kill one of your units to dig your deck to play a unit that is 1 might stronger, but it's very expensive. It's 4 mana and a power the first turn, and then a mana and a power every turn, and you have to kill a unit. It won a tournament in the early days of the game, an online tournament, and then people discovered that it was a way in the simulator to bind key to get a specific card in your deck without any way for your opponent to notice. I'm not saying the guy that won the tournament is a cheater, but since then, we've not seen any good performance from Darius too. Many people consider the deck as very skill intensive and very hard to play. So I tried it because it's the kind of deck I tend to like to play. And I think it's not really good. It's like pretty bad. If you don't see hook, you have a lot of cards in your deck that are very bad and force you to use a lot of resources and fall behind in tempo, such as this guy, Spectral Madron, which is you don't want to play this card from your end, you want to play it from the hook. Vayne is kind of cool, but kind of expensive if you don't find it from the hook. Draven is like other dog shit if you don't find it from the hook. So yeah, if the game goes well and everything goes your way and you can just combo through it, then yeah, the deck is good. But most of the time, it will not be consistent enough to win a tournament, in my opinion. So yeah. Another thing that you could do with Darius, which I explored a bit but did not find a way to make it work, is control, because because red and yellow are 2 of the best colors at controlling the board with spells. So I think this list is kind of control. Yeah, I tried to experiment something with the Immortal Phoenix, which is a card that brings itself back every time you kill a unit with a spell. So Immortal Phoenix plus spells like Inner Blade, Falling Star, Shakedown. The good thing with Phoenix is that it works with your own unit. So you can basically like play something that generates a token, then hide the Hidden Blade your token, draw 2 cards, bring back Phoenix, and so on and so on. You can kill the Phoenix with the hook to play your 4 drops, which are your best units, such as Kaista and Matron. And then the Phoenix comes back. So it's had some potential. It was getting exhausted too fast in the game. In the games I've played with it, though, ended up being like more aggro than control in the games I won. So no, I don't like these builds so much. I don't like this legend so much, and I think as of now, Darius is not good. I think Darius is not good as of now. Yeah. Then we do have Listing. I think Listing is cool. He has a problem, which is that he has the same color combo that Master Yi does, and Master Yi is obviously very strong too. So you're kind of compared to your older brother, and you have to beat him at what he does best to have a chance to compete. If you're listening, that is. I think listing is decent. There are very interesting listing possibilities. It's a legend that has not been explored. I mean, as of now, it's not been very represented in tournaments, and I think there's a lot of interesting things to do deck building wise. What you can expect from listing is a lot of might, a bit of toolbox, and I think its main difference in a good way is being able to accelerate a lot. You have the Lee champion, which is very good. Let me find it for you. Oh, I've closed the deck builder, my bad. Yeah, here we go. So this whatever. Give me a break. These cards right here is very good. You can accelerate it for 1 mana and 1 power, of course. And then it gives other buff friendly units on the battlefield plus 2 might. And obviously the listing legend allows you to buff a unit for 1 mana. So if you can get that far in the game, it's very good. There are a lot of good accelerate cards that you can play in listing. So obviously the champion, Udyr, can be an option. A very good way to bring diversity to your deck building and options to what you can do. Also, there are this card is really strong in listing. So when you play this card, you can spend a buff to buff me and ready me. So this card becomes a 4/4 no power cost accelerate. It's really good in the format. And the only way to get a reliable buff in the game as of now is listing, because there are cards that give buff, but you have to draw them. And like decks like Set, which are heavily buff reliant, struggle to find buff sometimes. So they cannot try to play this card, but listing can, and it's very good in listing. You can also play the first mate, which gives you a pseudo accelerate to like restand one of your other characters and then use it to fight instantly. One of the bigger problems for listing is that having accelerates is good, but it struggles a lot against blasts, and his anti-blast build tend to become Master Yi builds, and Master Yi is just a better legend than Lissin as of now. So yeah, that's kind of what makes it underplayed, I think, as of now. And also this shit, because this this is really there are some key numbers in Riftbound that you have to keep in mind. One of them is for spells, and it's 4 energy cost and 1 power cost, because this is the power cap for DeFi, and most of the cards that cost this exact stat line will forever not be good as long as DeFi is in the game, because you have to spend 4 mana, burn a power just to get defied, and then you've spent like at least half of your mana to do nothing, and that's a big problem. So Dragon's Rage is barely playable, if not playable. Noxian Guillotine, which is the signature spell for Darius, which should be somewhere around here or not. Where are you at? 4 and 1, 4 and 1, 4 and 1. Where are you at? give me a second. An auction. It's not the name of the card? Oh, I have to pick Darius to have it shown, right? Yeah, because I've picked Listen, I cannot see it. Pain. Pain. Darius. Here we go. Yeah, this card. Not playable. Because of this. Give me a second to take the pen. Because of this. You cannot commit 4 mana to get defied and lose. Especially when one of the best decks, if not the best, is a green deck that will play Defy in the main deck. So yeah, you cannot do that. It's like not good at all. So yeah, Listen is decent. I think it has options, but as long as Mastery is so good at what it does, I think Listen will not be good at the very least as of now. Yasuo, I think is interesting. I think Yasuo is very interesting and very, very, very underestimated. I've seen people put it at the very bottom of their tier list next to like Garen, like this. And I strongly disagree. I think Yasuo is very decent, very good legend effect. So for 2 energy, you can basically move one of your characters from or to your base. So let me show you the cards. Here, and here we go. Where you at, Yasuo? Here. Yeah, so you pay 2, you tap Yasuo, and then you can move a friendly unit to or from your base. Very good legend effect. Insane legend effect, actually. Most accelerates in the game cost you 1 energy and 1 power. Basically, Yasuo can give accelerate to any of your characters for 2 energy but no power. So resource-wise, it's like even, not that bad. And if it's not about accelerating, it can also give you an extra move, which is really strong in the game. This is the legend I've been trying to play at the very beginning of the game. Obviously, it has flaws. As of now, it struggles against Kai'Sa, it struggles against Blast in general, but it has very good matchups, and I would not be surprised to see Yasuo doing way better than people think, like getting a top or something in the upcoming months of the game, even before the release of set 2. Biggest problem for Yasuo is purple, because purple is shit. You guys know it already. I've talked about it already. Purple is not a good color as of now, so it does not give very good tools to Yasuo. Of course, it's a bit better in its usage than other legends, because you can play Kayn, which is a very good legend combined with Yasuo's effect. Give me a second, I'll show you. This guy, Yasuo. So this guy, where's he at? Kayn, where are you at? Here. Very good. If I have moved twice this turn, I don't take damage, so you can just play it. If it survives, you move it once. Conquer battlefield, gain a point. Survives, okay, pay 2, move it back. Then he cannot take any damage, extra damage anymore. He has the ability of ganking, so he can like switch between battlefields. You can use your legend ability to move it first, then use his ganking ability to clear the other battlefield. It's a very good card for Yasuo. And there's also another card which combines really well with Kayn and also with the Yasuo champion, which I'll show you just later on, which is Ride the Wind, which is probably one of the best purple cards. This guy, which allows you to move a friendly unit and ready it for only 2 energy. Really good cards. Gives you a lot of ways to play around spells like that target units in the battlefield, to play around green buff or blue debuffs. Like you send a unit to the showdown, then they debuff it, then you just have to play Rider Wind to basically retreat your unit to your base, and then it does not die, and you force your opponent to use card. Yeah, really good cards. And you also have Traveling Merchant, which is very good with Yasuo. When I move this card 1, then draw 1. So yeah, basically what I'm saying is I think Yasuo is a very strong potential. It might not be dominant in set 1 because of the metagame, because of what's around it, what's being played. It still could top an event, I think. I don't think it's like trash by any means. And I do think that later on in sets 2, 3, 4 maybe. Whenever a card that says when I move, do something will be released, we will have to consider Yasuo because it for sure will become good at some point. I mean, I might be wrong, but I think this legend will be very good at some point in the game. Next is Leona. Yup, Leona is a decent legend. She only suffers from one thing, and that thing is Kaisa. Leona has a very unique, at least as of now, mechanic, which is stunning. She's the only legend that's very good at stunning and that benefits from it. Obviously because of a legend effect, which goes whenever you stun an enemy unit, you can buff one of your own units. Very good effect when you play to stun your opponents. Why is it that mechanic that good? I think it's better than MF actually. Why is that mechanic that good? It's because if your opponent is relying on statistics, units might to check you, then they will lose because you will stun them. And what stun does is your opponent's unit don't deal damage for this fight, well, for this turn when they're stunned. So you basically take little to no risks when you're challenging, because if you have mana up to stun someone, then at the very least your units will go back to your base and not die. And if you also have the green Leona, which is very broken, such a good chord. Give me a second, I'll find it for you. He or she is. The green Leona is such a good chord, so it says if an opponent's score is within 3 points of the victory score, I enter ready. And stun enemy units here have -8 might to a minimum of 1 might. Both of these abilities are so good. Leona is a deck that needs time to set up the board, to control you, and the fact that whenever you get to 5 points, you are under the threat of having a Leona enter ready on the field, fight instantly, and whatever unit is there, if it gets stunned, it's like 0 might, and it will die for sure, is really good, really strong. This card is very good, combines perfectly with the legend effect of Leona, with the way you want to build a deck. So I think Leona is a decent deck that could be very good if Kaisa was not there. Because Kaisa is very played, has a lot of ways to blast your character, and that is what Leona struggles with. She plays a lot of strong characters that have effects when they fight, when they get to a battlefield, when they are able to collide with enemy units, and Kaisa prevents that by killing them in the base. And that's a big problem for Leona, at least as of now. Maybe in the future, decklists will find counters to this. But as of now, Leona is a bit too slow to fight against Kaisa. But I think it will be very good in the future. And I really do think this legend, so exactly as Yasuo, is way underestimated as of now, even though it kind of become an underdog with a few tops here and there in the regionals in China, but it's like still underestimated, and it's really good as of now. Yo, Asad, how you doing, brother? How you doing? Hope you're doing great. What's the music? The music is Give me a second. The music is this. Bidibibiba. Bibibida. Bibidiba. It's bibidiba. What's the sound? I don't think I know about it. Next legend is Teemo. Well, okay. Teemo was the hope of a nation, the hope of a mechanic, which is Eden. And it got destroyed because of an FAQ. So if you've not been playing the game for that long, you might not know about Teemo. Teemo is a very interesting legend that allows you to play a lot of strong Eden cards, and that allows you to get them back to your hands. Let me clear that for a second. Clear. Teemo, where's the dude? The dude is here. So, wait. Let me see Teemo. Oh, come on. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. So, instead of paying a power to hide cards, you can pay a mana, an energy. Very, very, very strong. Because the downside of hidden cards is that you have to concede tempo to get a strong one-shot play that is supposed to give you this tempo back. But if it fails, it's very painful. You hide a card that does not get used and die. It's terrible for your gameplay. Teemo does not get this risk because he can just pay energy and then still gain runes over time and still build a massive amount of tempo. So that's the first thing that's very interesting with Teemo. The second thing is that whenever you have a Teemo unit on board or in your champion zone, you could pay a mana to add it back to your hand. And that was insanely good because of a singular card, which I'm going to show you right now. And that card is Blue Teemo, this guy. So this guy says, or used to say, when I'm defend or I'm played from Eden, you can reveal the top 5 cards of your deck and deal 1 to an enemy unit here for each card with Eden. The way this card was used is it can be used whenever it's played from Eden. So you could hide it, then beginning of your opponent's turn, he plays a card, anything that starts shaying. You could flip it, then you look at 5 cards from the top of your deck, you recycle them, no target to deal damage, it's fine. Then your opponent attacks you, and you can once again look at 5 cards from the top of your deck and dig through your deck. So you could basically, in like 3 to 4 turns, know exactly what every card in your deck in any order was, and look for this guy, Nocturne, which says, when you look at cards from the top of your deck and don't draw them and see me, you may play me for a power. And remember what I said about Teemo being extremely good at, he does not need to play power to hide cards. So this combo was really, really, really broken. We were testing it a lot. We had a really strong deck list. It was one of the best, if not the best legend in the game. But then Riot released an FAQ. And said FAQ said, Teemo does not trigger when it's played from Eden. He only triggers when he defends. So that's one less trigger per turn. So that already makes it way more difficult to cycle through the deck. Second problem. Before, people interpreted the rules as if I can use my effect when there is no target, it means the effect is 2 separate things. So it's look at 5 and then select a unit and deal 5, which was like logical because you could use it with no target. So it's like look at 5, then I can pick a unit and deal 5. The way it works now is you have to flip the cards, use the effect on the target, so only while defending, and you have to pick the unit you want to deal damage to before you flip the 5 cards from the top of your deck. Which is really shit, because before you could go like, okay, I've flipped 3 Edens, you're attacking me with a unit that has 4 might and a unit that has 3 might, I will kill the unit that has 3 might. Now, you have to like target before, so maybe you can target something, let's say attacks you with like 1 token, then 1 unit with 3 might. You target the guy with 3 might, you flip like 1 Eden, and you still have to beat him down, so you just give him -1 might, and then you don't do anything else, while you could have just blasted the token. So the FAQ, the rules update, destroyed the Teemo deck. I think. Oh no, yeah, I was thinking that might be the errata was behind this arrow. So yeah, I think Teemo is barely playable as of now. Sadly, we've seen him have success in the first days of the game, but since then he's been becoming way less popular and with terrible conversion rates, one of the worst in the game. It's Teemo still, so people will try to play him and make him work, but I think he has too many flaws as of now to be good. He has purple in his colors, not good color. He does not utilize the blue strategy perfectly. So basically, what it's reduced to now is like I hide cards to gain statistics, and that's about it. And if people play correctly against Timo and play well around Idens, they know that any hidden card is maximum 4 might, so you have to attack with 4 extra might than what's defending. Then I don't think Timo has a shot to win any game. Ah, je suis en pleine heure de conduite, la journée, le taf. Là, t'imagines pas à quel point je suis content de ton retour. Eh ben, thank you so much, Assad. I missed you too. I missed you guys too. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be back streaming. And I hope we will have a lot of great time together on Wednesday evenings now. So yeah, Timo, I think, is trash. Or not good. Yeah, no, it's not worse than Volibear. Actually, Volibear is trash. Is Jinx trash too? Yeah, no, nah. No, I think that's what it's like as of now. Yeah, and Timo is here, maybe? Yeah, something like that. And maybe Lee Sin is not good. It could be decent, but I think it's not good. Yeah, it should be something like that, rather than what I did before. Victor. Let's talk about Victor now. Well, Victor is at best decent. Victor, in my opinion, has a problem of being too fair of a deck. So Victor's ability is tap him, pay a mana, and generate a 1/1 recruit token. The thing with Victor is the guy has a very interesting color station, but he has like mainly 2 builds. One of them being Yellow Victor, which I'm going to show you in a second when I can get to deck building. Yup, here we go. May I do this? Then this? And be in the main deck? Yep. Okay, great. So, Yellow Victor is this guy. He says whenever one of your non-token units die, you get a token. And basically what you do is you generate tokens with your legend, you generate tokens with your cards, such as Noxian Drummer, when I move to a battlefield, play 1 recruit token, such as Vanguard Captain, when you play me, play 2/1 recruit token here, and also this guy, which I don't remember the name, which is 2-drop, 2/3 2-drop, yeah, this guy, Faithful Manufacturer, which is when you play me, play a 1 recruit token here once again. So you generate a lot of tokens, then you trade all of your units under the Victor passive to generate even more tokens, and then you have to play this card, Grand Stratagem, which gives all of your friendly units +5 might this turn, and you can just like smash through the board with like 6 might tokens and basically destroy your opponent. Big problem with this build, it's very linear, very easy to counter, and it's reliant on you drawing the curve. So drawing turn 1 small unit to sacrifice later on with the Victor ability. Then turn 2 token generator, so this guy, or this guy, whatever. Then being able to play Victor, and then being able to access the Grand Stratagem. But it's kind of hard to assemble all the pieces together, and if you get too many late game cards, too many stratagems early on, you will probably lose. And if you only get early game cards in the end, you will also lose because your deck is not able to generate enough power to beat down opponents. So this version is like high ceiling, very low floor, and most of the time being in the middle of that is not enough. You will need to high roll to get to where you want to get and win games. And that's not the way you want to play if you are a good TCG player and you know about like consistency and stuff. And the other build of the core of the legend, which I do think is more interesting at the very least, is Blue Victor, so this guy, which says when you play a card on an opponent's turn, you can play a 1 might recruit token in your base. And you can kind of play it basically like you would play my Aerialist, which is Blast Cone, which is once again such broken card, Stupefy, Retreat, Smoke Screen, Consu that you can hide to generate a token later on, and all the yellow cards too, so Hidden Blades, and so on and so on. Very good cards during the opponent's turn, sorry. But the big problem with this is that this Victor is 4-3, which is utter dog shit in the current metagame because Keisa is able to blast at 3 might very, very easily. And so this Victor will probably not survive for long, and you will not be able to deal to generate a lot of token. Basically, if you want to think about what is good and what is not versus Keisa, because you will say, okay, you say this deck is bad because it has a bad matchup against Keisa, but every deck in the game has a bad matchup against Keisa. Well, that's not true. What you have to consider is battlefield zone. So let's say BF or battlefield and not boyfriend. And base, right? Base. If you consider what you can take here, there is Extech Ray, which can deal 3. There is Void Seeker, which can deal 4. So 1 and 1. And then you can also be targeted by Falling Star here. So that's an extra blast, and it can basically deal 2 blasts, but we'll just count it as 1 card, right? So they have 2 ways to deal 3 to you there, and 1 way to deal 4 to you there. And then they also have Ichchen Rain, which can deal multiples of 2 everywhere on the board if they play. Okay? Then if we go back to base, the only cards that can target units in your base are Falling Star, which is 3 might damage, and Ichchen Rain. So multiples of 2 again. Victor already has a fairly decent matchup into Ichchen Rain because it spawns a lot of token. So a card that deals 2 everywhere is not so good because they will need to target tokens which are very low value, very cheap for you. So we can say Ichchen Rain is something we can not consider. It's a decent card in the matchup, but like you have ways to play around, right? Now, what's left is 3 damage in the base with Falling Star, or 3 and 4 damage in the battlefields with Falling Star, Extech Ray, and Void Seeker. So, if you are able to play a 4 might unit that has high value in the base, staying in the base, then it's good because you don't have an easy target for them. And that card is Yellow Victor, which is a 4/4 4 power 4 might unit, but which is not Blue Victor because it's a 4 power 3 might unit, and then it gets blasted by Falling Star. Simple, right? Now, if you look at the bigger picture and not only at Victor, because I think that's something that's interesting to talk about. Yo, Mehdi, how you doing, brother? How you doing, Mehdi? If you look at the bigger picture and not especially at Victor, the very good stats to play around against cases, are 5 mites, 4 mites, which is a bit worse, but like still decent, and 7 mites. Okay, why so? Because 5 goes over everything that can be done in the battlefield, and if they decide to use Ichchen Rain, they will have to use trippings to beat you, like 3 times 2 to make it 6, which is over 5. That's half of the spell, and most colors have a way to play around it. If you play green, you can use Engward, you can use Discipline to buff your units and not die of trippings. If you play blue, you can use Retreat, and then they wasted literally half of their spell, and so on and so on. If you play green, you can use Zonies, blah, 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 blah. You get me, okay? Now, if you have the ability to draw 7 might or more, of course, unit, they will have to either use 2 spells to kill them, which are these 2 combined, or 4 pings of Ikachen Rain. And if you have any buff or any way to counter, it's even better because they have to use like 5 or 6 pings and maybe they will not kill it. So yeah, basically very strong units are 4 might, 5 might, and 7 might. And if there's a unit that is like decent value but weak to blast and 3 or 6 might, as of now, it's most likely a bad unit. Not because the card in itself is bad, but because the metagame makes it so that this card is not very efficient against what's being played right now. So yeah, I think that that's something you have to take into consideration. Of course, there are a bit more complicated examples. But like, let's say I go back to my release. So you take these cards and you see that they have very interesting stat lines, because if you play Ravenbloom with any of the buffs, it gets +2 from the buff, then +1 from the Ravenbloom passive, and it goes to 5, which is the perfect setting for like low-end cards, right? If you consider Blastcon Fey, it's hidden. Most of the time you will hide it, so it cannot get blasted, right? If you consider Sprite Mother, very, very, very efficient because it spawns 2 bodies with 3 might. And that's way harder for Case to deal with all of them, because if she has to use Falling Star on a temporary sprite, then it's your win, tempo-wise, of course. And this guy obviously is weak to Falling Star, but whenever it attacks or defends, it goes to 4, and so it is naturally immune to X-Tech Ray, and then it forces Kaisa to use Void Seeker to kill it, which gives you a very interesting Defy, because once again, Void Seeker, 3 mana, draw 1 power, it's an insane Defy. It's auto Defy almost, not in all cases, but like most of the time it's auto Defy. So every card in this deck, except this guy, which is first of all cute and then a very good unit in other matchups, every card in this deck is resilient to blast, and that's why I think this is something you should consider in your deck building process. Okay. So sorry, it was maybe a bit long of a workaround, but that's something I wanted to talk about, because if you've never been on my streams and you don't know the way I try to explain things, I tend to say things that might be controversial, but anytime you need, you can ask for explanations, and I will try to make you understand my thought process so that you can maybe agree or disagree, but at least understand what makes me say that, and not just like, oh yeah, show is broken. No, it's not what it is. There's more to it. There's things you can analyze, you can rationalize to say, okay, this is very good, this is very bad, this is good in this setup. So I think adding all of these things together, this legend is this strong. That's basically what is behind everything I say, and you guys feel free to ask questions, because obviously I know that in a new game some of those concepts might be a bit complicated, and I do have the experience of playing other strategies, which I know not everyone does, or at least not to a competitive level. So feel free to ask, and I'll try to help you as much as I can, and also learn from your guys' thoughts and reasonings as much as I can too, because I don't think I'm the best player on earth, and I think we can all learn from one another. Another legend that I think is really good is Set. I do think Set has ways to beat Master Yi and other decks on a regular basis. It's just way harder to play than Master Yi, and so it makes it a bit less played, and people, most of the time when like trying out something new, people will like play 5-6 games, and then they will have their conclusion, and every decision they're going to take moving forward into deck building and trying this legend will be biased by the first conclusion that they get. Not everyone, but like most people do that. And I think when you are a mastery player and you try to play set, you play 5 games and then you lose probably because it's way harder than mastery to pilot. And then you're like, okay, set is worse than mastery. And since both deck try to do kind of the same thing, you will be like, okay, so why not just play mastery? And even if you go further in trying to play set, you will always have this bias of but when I was playing E, it was better to do this, blah 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 blah. I don't think so. I think set is very good legend as ways to build to beat all of the top tier legends. I think tempo set versus tempo E. Let's not talk about Aurora here, but tempo set versus tempo E. Set as a better matchup into Case because of the legend ability. Once again, I'm going to show it to you. If you guys don't know about it, so set is this guy. Oh, my bad. Sorry, guys. I had to right click and I left click. Yep, this one. Set says when a buffed unit you control would die, you may pay a power and exhaust me to spend its buff and recall it exhausted instead. So you can basically trade buffs to save your units. And when you conquer, ready me. This is insanely good against Blast. Because most of the units you can play in set that are good get very, very good stat lines against Blast when they are buffed. And it goes for set legend, the set champion, sorry, so the discard, which is a 5-4, but whenever it's buffed, it's a 5-5. And remember, guys, I told you 5 is a very good stat line against Blasts. This guy is 5 might already, so very, very good, very efficient against Blast. And even your lower end units, such as Tiana, such as Leona, such as Tiora, such as King Monk, whenever you buff them, they go to 5, and it's very, very strong against Blast. So I think a good set player has to be able to manage this way of buffing units and the runes he has to burn for his protection ability to be able to not lose too much tempo, but also have runes to play for the upcoming turns. If you can do that, I think set has a really, really good shot sorry, into case. What did the crack say? It's a bit long to explain in a few words, but you will see everything in the VOD, no worries. Oh, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime, Corazon. Thank you so much, brother. So good to have you back. Then, what I think makes set good against E is this guy. I've played set a bit myself against decent E players, or I'd say good E players, and at least in what I consider the global level of players I've played against. And this guy against E is utterly broken. You can just use this guy to go to 8 might, then you will basically be able to beat everything that he can play. And that's like what other decks can do, right? They cannot go head on onto a Poro that's like 5 might. Well, you can, and you beat his ass. And then you get a buff again. You restand your legends, so you can revive again. And you can just basically do this every turn, and he does not have a way to deal with this. And if he attempts to charm this set into his units during his turn, so you cannot have the buff, then you just have to revive it with your legend ability, and they cannot do anything about it. The only games I've lost playing around Discord in the matchup is when I got double charm. And then I lost the game basically instantly because I was not able to draw another of this orange set. Other than that, I think this deck is really, really, really good if played correctly, which is hard, which is very hard. I would say I'm a very good RA player, at least compared to the field as of now. I would not say I'm a very good set player. I've not played enough game. It's very hard to understand and comprehend the way the deck works because you have to calculate about like, okay, I can burn this power, but then if I draw this and next turn I want to play this, I might be fucked, so I have to let my unit go. But if I let my unit go, whatever happens, am I able to take the board again? So it's very intricate in the ways you have to think about the plays, but it's very interesting. And I think Set has a shot as one of the best legends in Set 1 Origins. So I think Set is very good, and we should see him being played a lot more in the upcoming future. And then there are the 3 Proving Grounds legends that are not Master Yi. So, supposedly, for those who don't know, supposedly, Proving Ground cards were meant to be trash. Riot confirmed it themselves. I had the privilege to go to an early summit to talk about Riftbound for retailers. And one of the main worries of retailers was, wait, cards in Proving Grounds will be exclusive? This is not good for our communities. And the answer from the organization that was holding the meeting was, yeah, but don't worry, guys. Proving Ground cards will be trash. Well, I don't think they're trash. I strongly disagree with that. I think Master Yi is very good. I think Annie and Lux have at least some decent potential. And I think Garen is dog water, but that's like 1 out of 4, so whatever. But as of now, with what we have in the game currently, yeah, Annie, Lux, and Garen are a bit below average, under other legends in terms of what's strong. And I really do think that they could be great at some point, at least for Annie and Lux, but that's not the case right now. So Annie shares the combo color of Jinx, and she kind of shares the same problems with her, which are purple, first of all. Then you kind of have to end up becoming a monoblast red deck, and the best deck, or one of the best decks in the format, does that perfectly, and you do it worse. So you kind of can't reach your full potential. Lux, on the other end, is rather interesting, but not good as of now. So Lux says, whenever you play a spell that costs 5 or more mana, you draw a card. This girl, has the potential to become the best control deck we've ever seen in the game, but she needs way more spells that cost 5 or more, because as of now, you kind of need to play every spell that costs 5 or more in the game to make her effect worth it, and they're not all good. Also, there's a big problem with the Lux card, which are her champions. Give me a second, I'm going to show you Lux, where you at? Lux. Here we are. So this Lux goes, when you play a spell that costs 5 or more, give me +3 this turn. Very slow, very expensive. You are a deck that relies on playing spells to clear the board, so you don't need such strong units. You'd rather have low cost units that can give you value, such as draw 1 when I die, and so on. So not a good card. And Yellow Lux is a fairly decent card, but so low stats, so it's kind of hard to make it work properly. So basically, you can tap it to generate 2 free mana to play spell. Really good effect, no problems with that. But since Blast is such an important part of the metagame, the way that your opponent is able or not to reach cards in your base, most decks will play one, if not several ways to do so. And when you have 2 might, you die from almost anything. And that's a big problem for this card, because it will be better as long as it stays on the board. First turn you play it, it's 4 energy, for 2 might. It's shit stat line. But then it restands, and you can tap it to generate 2 mana. Then you kind, in a way, get a discount on your cost. You paid 4, but they refund you 2. So it's 2/2. It's not great. It's decent. It's the normal rate for a card in the game as of now. 1 mana equals 1 might. That's basically the standard rate as of now. And then another turn later, you can use its effect again, and then you get another refund of 2 mana, and then it goes to you used zero quote unquote mana to play a 2 match unit, and it kinda gets decent. And the longer the game goes on, the better this card becomes. But it takes like 3 turns to just be worth it, and that's way too much. If this card had something like I can never attack or move from base, but I enter ready, then it would probably be decent. Because like you drop it for 4, it's ready, then you can just use its effect instantly to play a free spell, and then next turn it's worth it. And it's fine. You have what you wanted with this card, you made it worth it. But it's way too slow. Let's say it's a proving ground card, so it's below average in terms of power. It works as they intended it to, so it's fine. That's what I'd say if I was to talk about the power level of this card. But it's not like really good. So yeah, I think Lux has some potential, and at some point later on in the game, Lux might become a very good deck. We'll see what spells they decide to release with like 5 power, 5 cost or more. And then the last guy in the trash bin is Garen. So Garen says whenever you conquer with 4 or more units, you get to draw 2 cards. As you know already, draw power is very important in TCGs. But this is way too hard of a condition to be met to be working properly. Furthermore, it has the same color combination as Set does, which is orange-yellow. But Set is very strong, so Garen would have to be very strong too to still play, and he's not. So it's shit. Yeah, drawing 2 is good, but like having 4+ unit is way too hard. You kinda have to build a deck in the way that you will play a lot of cards that generate tokens, and then send all your tokens all together to try and draw like 2 cards once a game, and it's not even good enough. Maybe if someday a legend that says when you conquer discard 1 draw 1 or something like that is released, it will probably be good, because drawing in Riftbound is something that is very limited as of now. But the condition of Garen is just way too hard to meet, and I don't think this card will see any play anytime, because it's way too below average in terms of power. So that's about it for these legends, this legend tier list. Once again, keep in mind that I've talked, I don't know if I'd say more, but I've talked as much about potential as current power in the metagame. I've tried to give you context and stuff. Do you guys have any questions? If you do have on YouTube, feel free to let me know in the comments. I'll try to answer them. Don't worry about leaving long comments. I'm used to it. I like it. I want to not only know what you think, but why you think that way. So feel free to ask about anything you want in the comments, and I'll try to reply. I think this is my current metagame tier list. If I were to pick 1 or 2 personal opinions on cards, like unpopular opinions, I would say Ari is way stronger than what people think it is right now. It's just not built correctly, and it's very hard to play. And I would say Darius is very overhyped right now, and people think it's like very insanely good. And I strongly disagree. I've seen tweets like, yeah, Darius Hook is so hard. First of all, I think it's not. You just like choose between 5 cards, and that's basically what the hardest thing you have to do during your turn. And also you like kinda get cocked by what you reveal sometimes, and just lose the game on the spot, and it has nothing to do with how good of a player you are. So yeah, that would be my personal tier list for the game. And if you disagree, or if you agree, or if you have personal thoughts, let me know. What I want to do with you guys now, and what we will be doing for the upcoming streams when we don't have current topics to talk about, is watch games together and recast games and give you my opinion on technical plays and deck building and a lot of stuff. We are lucky enough to have 4 regionals to watch, so that's a lot of games. I don't want to watch the day one, because, well, it's not a role for Riot or whoever is filming. By the way, I don't know if it's Riot or if it's like a production company or whatever. it's natural for them to pick like weird decks, weird legends, something that things that we don't see often. But that also means that they pick players that are not on the best decks, so probably not the best players. And so I think day one is like not very interesting. So what I suggest is that we watch only day two together, and we start with the first regional, and then when we're done, we're going to the second, and then the third, and then the fourth one. Of course, not everything tonight. We will go by every week or 1 or 2 games. Tonight was the introduction to this new stream, so obviously we took a lot of time to talk about legends and what I think about them. Maybe we will take time deck building or analyzing deck lists later on in the upcoming streams. But I think we will also start watching games earlier, so we can probably get a bit more done than what we did tonight. So we start with the Guangzhou regional. Sorry, I don't have any notion of Chinese accent. So Guangzhou. I don't know about how to pronounce that one correctly. Big thanks to Soul on Twitch, which is the channel that posted this video. And why did I pick this one specifically? It's because they do not use any in-game overlay, so I was able to position there, and like you will see. Give me a second. As you can see, my overlay is my cam is just on the right bottom, and there's no other cam to like fill the screen and stuff. So thank you to Soul on Twitch for this one. Sorry, I'll just get a bit of water and then we get into the game, which is the first game of the top 64 in Guangzhou Regional, which is Darius versus Katchouze. I'll try to take you a bit into the dynamics of what the matchup should be, what are the win conditions before we start the game, and just get a bit of water and then we're getting started. All right. Sorry, guys. Just a bit of water and a bit of taking my my throat, clearing my throat. I'm not used to streaming for so long. It's been so long, but it feels so good to be back. Yeah, so Darius supposedly has a great matchup into Katchouze. At least that's what people were saying at that time. Darius has the ability to spawn a lot of tokens, to spawn a lot of units. One of his main win conditions will be to find the spectral combo. So let's go with this and this. Can I get it to the main deck, please? Yeah, so one of his win conditions will be to set up Hook, which Katchouze has no way of clearing, and then using these units. So this guy that generates a token, this guy that generates a token, and this guy that generates 2 tokens, using them to generate token, then clearing them with the Hook to spawn accelerate units or to spawn stronger units such as this guy, Spectral Matron, that will be able to bring back these guys, that will be able to generate more tokens, and so on and so on. You have to swarm, basically. You have to make a board that is not possible to clear for Katchouze. On the other end, Katchouze has to drag the game for as long as she can, because if she manages to do that, she will probably outrun Darius in the long game. Way more ways to get card advantage, way more ways to get great units in the late game with cards such as the Fox, such as the Darius Champion, which Darius plays too, by the way. So yeah, Darius will try to win fast. Katchouze will try to slow down the game. Whichever players manages to do this will probably win this game. If I don't remember exactly what was the point, what was the building of Katchouze's list at the moment, so we'll have to see. But with current lists, I would say it's like 60-40 for Darius if he gets a great start, and like 40 to 60 for Katchouze. So let's say average power of end is medium, low, or high, which, like, let's say, so this is both players high roll. This is both players have like an average hand and both players low roll. I think if both players low roll, it's like 90 to 10 for Keisa. If both player roll average is probably like 60-40 for Darius, or maybe like even 55-45. I don't think it's like that win, but let's say like, yeah, 60-40. And then if both players arrow, I think Darius is in a great spot, like maybe 70-30 or like 80-20, depending on probably the number of Ikachen reigns in this deck. So yeah, I think that's basically the odds starting this game. This guy has to go fast, this guy has to slow the game down, and whoever manages to do this will probably win the game. This guy, so Darius, played this map. I don't remember the name exactly. Something like Exalted Pit or whatever. It makes both players gain 1 point at the start of their first turn. So they will both start with 1-1 and not 0-0. Remember that you have to go to 8 to win the game. So once again, go fast, and that's what he's trying to do with this map. On the other end, Kaisa decided to play her generic map for game 1, which is Reverse Row, which is whenever you defend here, so your opponent attacks you, you can retreat one of your units that's here to your base. So it's the generic map for game 1. Actually, Kaisa, most decks have one map that is generic for game 1 map that is good for going first, and one map that is decent for going second. This is what most decks do as of now. It's not so true for Kaisa because she plays very generic maps with this one that I'd say is a bit better going first, but like not so much worse going second. The Void Mountain that makes it so that players deal an extra damage there, which is good going first and going second. And the Mount Targan, which resistance 2 runes at the end of your turn, which is also good going first and going second. Even though it can kinda trap you going second because your opponent can like play unit, then you play unit, then they play another one, and with their first unit they go to the Targan, and then they resist 2 runes, and so they have the ability to play a unit and still have runes up to counter you, which can be sometimes a bit difficult in the mirror match. So yeah, let's get into the game, and I'll try to talk you about what I think. The players are doing great, what I think they're doing not so great, and what could be improved. So the first player to play the game is Darius, which won the dice roll. Very good thing for Darius because once again he has to go fast, and so playing first will allow him to enter a battlefield first, and will be very good. Big problem there though with this card, which is not good at all if he does not manage to find the hook. If he gets the hook, it will be decent because he will play a low end unit like a 3-cost unit, whatever, then kill it with the hook, and then on the next turn he can just drop this and revive his 3-cost unit from the trash pile. But as of now, if he does not have hook, this is a dead card in his hand that he cannot afford to play. So he gets the Noxian Drummer, which will allow him to generate a token. And for 2 mana, he's going to play a Legion Rear Guards. It's 82 with Accelerate, so it's a decent card. Card I lack personally in the deck. I think it's underplayed because it gives you the ability to get a Accelerate through the Matron, which you don't have because the Spectral Matron, so the card that burns 2 to play a unit from trash, restricts you to unit under 3 energy cost, and so you cannot play Vayne, you cannot play Kaisa to get an Accelerate, and sometimes you need an Accelerate to close the game. So with this card in the trash, you can just Matron, accelerate this guy, and then gain your life point. So I think it's a really key card in the deck. A really, really good choice of turn 1 there. I like this play. I do like this play. And this decision too. And Kaisa is going to pass, I think. Yeah, Kaisa is going to pass. So, why does she pass here? 2 options. First option, she does not have a turn 1. Could happen, but Kaisa's lists are running a lot of turn 1s. Basically, they're running the guy that draws one and dies, the Ravenburn student, of course. And most of the time, they are also running the Pauti Poro, at least one or two for the mirror match. So potentially, it does not have a turn one. Most likely, though, he's just keeping runes up because he wants to slow the game down, and playing a unit is not going to help him there. What's going to help him is Darius restanding his Legion Rearguard, trying to enter a battlefield, and then you use your mana to play a spell, kill it before it scores, and Darius loses a turn of tempo. So yeah, that's what Kai'Sa wants to do there, slow down the game, and I think that's a good play. If he has a turn one, I think that's a good play not to drop it there from Kai'Sa. Then it's 4 mana for Darius. We are reaching the hook range. Maybe he wants to play hook there. Remember that Darius generates a mana. The Darius Legend generates a mana. So most likely he's going to play a 2-drop and then a 3-drop. That's what he should be doing this turn, I think. And we will start by going Legend Rearguard there. And Kai'Sa thinks, but she's going to blast it, which was expected. Once again, remember, his main goal is to prevent Darius from going fast. And by blasting this card, he takes a point away from Darius. Then we have for 3 mana the Noxian Drummer that will come, and whenever she moves, she plays a token. And unfortunately, Darius does not have another turn 2, so he will not be able to use his Legend's ability, which is not good for him. Once again, he needs to go fast, and being able to spawn 2 units this turn would have forced Kai'Sa to have 2 blasts. Otherwise, you are guaranteed to score a point, and you will not be able to do so. In the end of Kai'Sa, we see the Falling Star, and alright, that's not like a done deal, but I think Kai'Sa is in the driver's spot and should be able to win this game. Because whatever Darius does next turn, Kai'Sa will be able to blast it, because what we saw in his hand was 2 cards, but it's enough. It's Falling Star, so deal 3 twice, and Stupefy, which is -1 might draw a card. So if Darius kind of eye rolls the game, and then goes Noxian Drummer to a battlefield, effect, spawn a recruit, then plays hook effect, kill the drummer to play something like Spectral Matron, and then Matron effect to bring back the drummer. So you have a 4 might unit and a 3 might unit. Kai'Sa would just have to play Falling Star, targeting both, then just Stupefy the Matron, goes down to 3 and 3, both die. And the game is slowed enough for Kai'Sa to take control back. So I think Kai'Sa almost has won this game already. And Darius will have to remember what I said about both players having medium ends, high ends, and low ends. As of now, Kai'Sa is having a very good end to this matchup, and Darius seems to be having a medium end with no second turn 2. So most likely is going to lose this game. But we see what Kai'Sa will do here. Very interesting tech. Also, we see the Day of Progress, March of Progress, and remember that allows Kai'Sa to draw 4. So once again, he wants to slow down the game. If he manages to do so, he will win, most likely. Kai'Sa will just play a Steel, recycling a rune, and then accelerate Kai'Sa and get to the reverse row. Very interesting again. Conquer to score the first point in the game and draw 1. Why is it so good for Kai'Sa to do this here, and why does it take the risk to do this? Probably, first thing is that it does not have a spell to play during Darius' turn. Second thing, Darius does not have any way of clearing units with a spell except from Hidden Blade or Cold Week. Most Darius lists don't play Cold Week, most Darius lists play Hidden Blade. But if he plays in Blade, he will spend 2 mana and a power to give you 2 draws. And Kai'Sa will already have drawn you a card. So it's basically play Kai'Sa, draw 3. If we go, it's the short. If we do it the short way. The thing is, if you do this, it's very good. And if it does not, he can't do that because he does not have access to Hidden Blade. Then if he wants to clear the Kai'Sa, he will have to enter the reverse row. Then the Kai'Sa can use the trigger effect of the map of the battlefield to bring back Kai'Sa into the base. where Darius cannot do anything to it. There are no cards in Darius that can beat the base. And then, if this goes through, you will be able to conquer the other battlefield next turn with Keisa and draw an extra card. So yeah, it's about Hidden Blade, or also Void Seeker can be played in Darius's deck. Deal 4, draw 1. So that would probably be Darius's best answer to Keisa. But if this happens, Darius spends almost an entire turn doing nothing but clearing the board, which is very good for Keisa in slowing down the game. So it's not a risk here. It's basically making sure that your opponent has to play something, commit something to get through your board, and then you just gain tempo from there, as I was explaining before. So let's see, what are they doing? Why is it frozen? Okay, so Casey draws the cards. Here we are. That's great. Why do we have like this shit bar? Okay, perfect, thank you. And Darius gets to play again. Remember, he can get to 7 mana with his legend ability. He will pay 3 to play the Void Seeker, and this is exactly what Keisa wants him to do. Because now Keisa is dead. Darius draws a card, but Darius is on max 4 mana. And remember what I said about Darius having max 4 mana? Best play you can get there is move Drummer, score a point, play Hook, generate the extra mana with his legend ability, use Hook, kill Drummer, bring Spectral, Spectral, bring back Drummer, and then Keisa goes Falling Star Stupefy, and game is over. So that's a very interesting play from Keisa to grid this Keisa, because it was not greedy actually, it was just a kind of a poker play, you know, like, yeah, commit into it, dude. Go for it. That's exactly what I want you to do. And that's exactly what he would get. 2-3 might unit, perfect for Falling Star, and perfect from what he's trying to do in this game. So, Kaisa's player is sinking, but is clearly in the driver's seat right now. He's going to play this card that allows him to tap it every turn to generate a mana, which is like not played in Keisa, but this guy has a weird list. And then for 2 mana, he's going to play Ravenbloom. Yeah, this generates mana. So he has 2 mana left. And right now, he's going to play Falling Star and kill both drummers and basically end the game. There you have it. Game is won. Game is almost won. 99% win. Unsure how Darius can come back from this. I don't think he can, actually. Okay, so Keisei is explaining what this card does. Darius thinking, but he has nothing to do to save his bodies. And then it's going to be his turn with 7 mana up, I think. But there's nothing he can do to be back in the game. It's not the token that holds the battlefield that will be enough. Not nearly enough. Thank you for the follow, Kain. Welcome. Hope you're having a great Wednesday evening. So now, Darius will have to find a solution to play a lot of units with not a lot of mana. Okay, gets the Falling Star 2, but that's once again not a card you want. You don't want to play the control game versus Keisa because you will lose. You have to go full aggro in this matchup if you're Darius. So for 3 mana, he's going to go drop another Noxian Drummer, Drummer number 3. And then I'm guessing for 4 mana, he's going to drop the Matron and another Drummer. Why is the video freezing, right? It's not me. I think it's the original video. Yeah, so burns 4, burns 2 power and goes for the Matron, uses the effect to play another Drummer. And that's basically his last push. If this gets cleared for whatever reason, then he can scoop the game. There's no way he wins from there. and is not in a good spot. So we can see Extecray and Stupefy in Kai'Sa's end. Kai'Sa also has 8 mana, which is like insane considering how much power she had to pay during this game. But the seal and the legend ability, of course, saved her in a lot of ways. And then for 6 minutes, the guy is just going to draw 4. Day of Progress, you pay 6 energy and a power, and you draw 4 cards, which he did. And now he found probably every blast he needed to deal with Darius's board. He is on an extra mana thanks to his gear. Also, so he still has 3 mana left. He has the Ravenbloom, which is +1 because of the Day of Progress that was played, and that gives +1 to Ravenbloom. And he can probably contest. Ooh, this is so good, guys. This is so good. So he drew another Day of Progress, which is not insane, to be fair. But the right part of his hand is Seal, which can pay for hiding cost, or the seal that he did not use this turn could also play for the hiding cost of the book. Book that would not only draw 2, but also give 1 power to Ravenbloom, since it's a spell. Stupefy, that will not only -1 opponent characters, but draw 1 and give +1 to Ravenbloom. And Extecray, which will also give +1 to Ravenbloom and deal 3. So, whatever comes in the battlefield, be it the 4/4 unit or the 3/3 unit that spawn the token, you are able to go Stupefy plus Extecray to kill it and draw a card. And then you can use Book to draw 2 extra cards and make your Ravenbloom 5 might, which is bigger than any unit on Darius's board. So the right part of his hand is so good there. It's insane. It's actually insane. So I think the play is go right, probably. Or left. Probably go left to contest the token, yeah. Go left to contest the token. He should recall the token. Yep, tokens being recalled. And then you just hide the book, paying the energy cost with the steel, or the power cost, sorry. And then you pass, and you're in such a great spot. Good music, by the way. I don't hear it. It's in the headphones, and I don't have it. I kind of need to focus to cast in my non-native language. Yeah, so seal, generate power, hide the book for free. Yeah, of course. And then you have 3 mana left to play whatever you draw. Remember, he will draw 3 cards. So he can go Stupefy Extecray, and if he happens to draw another Extecray, he can just play it. Straight. Wait. Am I lagging? No, the guy's lagging. By the way, for you guys that have known me for some time, I've invested in YouTube Premium. You have to Extecray, I think, there. So this card says, whenever I move to a battlefield, spawn a token here, which you can Extecray, and then the ability does not resolve because it stays here, and the card is not here anymore, so the token does not spawn. So I think you have to Extecray here. Because if Darius decides not to attack your Ravenbloom, then you just lost a lot of mana. So you have to Extecray, at least get some value out of the card for free, once again. And yeah, he gets Falling Star. And now, that's a problem. Why? If he used Extecray, he could have just a 3 might. He could have a 3 might Ravenbloom, and whenever this card gets one more buff, he gets over this 3 damage. So of course he's going to take 3 and 3, but This would have made Darius rethink his plan, of course. And this would be dead and probably would attack there and create another shutdown and give you another opportunity to play a card. Now you're not even sure you will be able to play Extec Ray again, which is a problem. Most likely Darius is going to enter there, and you can like stupefy Extec Ray. But if he plays correctly, he's probably going to go drummer there, spawn a token, wait a bit, and keep Matron in base. And so you will end up blasting a drummer anyway, which was bound to happen. So I think he should have Extec Ray on the first move, because he will end up blasting a drummer anyway, but in a worse spot than what he was looking for. So Falling Star on the Ravenbloom, 2 rune recycled to deal 2 times 3, so 6 damage. There's no way this Ravenbloom gets enough buffs to tank. You cannot activate Extec Ray since you're not in a showdown. So it's going to die. You can still draw 2 with the book. Now what you need to think about, book, draw 2. Now what you need to think about is, okay, my Ravenbloom dead. What do I do with my mana? So Falling Star resolves, Ravenbloom dies. Then Darius will generate an extra mana. And you will use this to spawn a token. Go drummer there, effect to spawn a token. Then you need to use Ray. Now, you absolutely do need to use Ray now. Yeah, token not spawned yet. Ability declared. Use Ray. Ooh, we drew Void Seeker. Interesting. So this is very good, because basically he's going to clear the card, and then if Darius makes the misplay of using Spectral to go into the battlefield, he will just get Void Seeker next turn. Wait, what? Wait, what? Disagree. Kinda disagree with the decision of blasting the other one. Should have blasted the one that was spawning the token, so it does not spawn the token. But this one dies. Should have done it before. 1 less token on the board. Anyway. I think since it's the first regional, they were playing 3 FAQ. So maybe this guy was spawning a token anyway. So unsure if these guys were playing with the correct rulings. Unsure. Maybe he was going to spawn a token anyway because rules were not correct at that point in time. Unsure though. Okay, so what does Kesa draw? She draws a very good card, but I think she already had 1 Sprite Mother in hand. Very good. We'll be able to fully contest the token. Generate a body that Darius needs to contest, a lingering body that Darius needs to contest to like go faster in the game. Very, very good card there. The thing is, you want to blast the big bodies, so you also want to keep mana, but he has a lot of it. Maybe right there you go something like Bright Mother, kill the token on the right, score a point. Then you have 6 mana left with your gear. And on 6 mana, you can go. It's weird. It's a weird spot. He should have used Void Seeker last turn instead of Extec Ray, I think. Because then, if he had 3 mana last turn, then he could go Sprite Mother, kill somebody. Then Darius restands because it's the second card in the turn. Darius Champion restands. Then goes to contest the leftmost battlefield. So if he gets attacked, he can retreat. And then he still has 1 mana left to play the Extec Ray that he already had in hand, but he used last turn. So I think he should have used Void Seeker last turn. He should have gone Void Seeker and kept the Extec Ray. So that way this turn he can use Sprite Mother and Darius and still have access to 1 mana for the X-Tech Ray. Yes, right. Very logical play, I think, here. Then Pride has to go right, right? I think he definitely has to go right. Darius might have Void Seeker, but Darius Champion would have completely checked Void Seeker here. So yeah. Because it's as higher stats. So yeah, his play is not optimized. What are they talking about? Oh, it's about him not tapping his mana before to generate a mana, right? Yeah, I remember it's just go. Here we go, here we go. No, we're back. We're back at it. No penalty, just has to do this. Then he's going to draw 4 again. So the token trade, the sprite traded token, as we predicted. Drawing 4 there, I think is very greedy. Not bad, but like very, very, very greedy. So in this spot, he could have cleared. Like, let me get a pen. He could have Darius there, Darius, which is a 5/5. One of them is gone. One of them is dead. This still, and 1 mana open to play X-Tech Ray. And whenever this comes there or this goes here, you just X-Tech Ray. Then it goes to 1 might and it trades against the sprite and it dies. So I think that was the perfect play, or at least the best sequence that I can see. And Darius gets on 6 points, which is not what you want to see. And you're full tapped, which means you will get to 7 for free. Yeah, Katchouze through the game. Very hard. Very, very hard. It's not over, but yeah. I think with decent, like, no, let's say good. Decent is a bit harsh, but with good decision making, this game was over. And there you play X-Tech Ray. And Matron dies. Darius never gets to 7 points. At least not with Matron. Of course, he gets to do it alone. And you're in very good spots. And you have 1 less drama to care about too. 7 points kinda is the breaking point there, because ooh. Okay, interesting play from Darius. Not too bad. He's thinking holding is the solution there, if he holds. But he knows very well that he might not be able to. So he preserves units in the base, because remember what I told you before. Units in the base are way more, way safer against Katchouze than they are in Battlefield. So he is building up a force in the base, so that next turn, if he loses hold of this one, he can attack both and get the points he needs. And down goes the Draven. So Draven is a 10 might unit right now, because it gains 1 might per point that you have. And it's currently on 7 points, so 3 plus 7 is 10. Obviously, you want to play it with Hook, but in this particular setup, it's very good to drop. I just think Draven is win more cards. Like, if you're in a good spot and you drop it, then you won. But if you're in a bad spot and you drop it, then you lost. So I don't like the balancing of these cards. But right now it's a 10 might card and it should probably close the game. There's no way you can hold this ground next turn against so many units and that much power. So of course he can use Void Seeker to blast that Spectral. And Darius has no way to do anything about it. But it's like, whatever, he prepared for that. He knew this was going to happen. So decent play from Darius, actually. I think Katchouze had the starting end to win it all for like free, maybe, or at least very easily. And he kind of threw the game. And I think Darius had a rough game and took decent decision, if not good decisions, to put himself in the spot to win. And that's probably what he's going to do right now. I don't think Asa can come back from this one. And maybe Darius plays no hook, but that would be weird with the units he's playing. And Kaisa concedes, yeah. Darius wins game 1. And remember that Darius did not hit hook. So if he's playing hook, which is very likely, he did not hit it, which is like kind of low roll. And he won it. So yeah, Kaisa should have won every day of the week. Yeah. Let's get to game 2 already. I've already described a lot of my thought process on this one, so I'm not gonna go much more in depth talking about what should have happened or not. Alright, so Darius's battlefield says units here of ganking, and Kaisa's battlefield says you need 9 points to win. So the prior game was on each player gains 1 point battlefield, and this game is you need 1 more point to win. So basically, it's a 2-point difference from the last game. Last game, Darius needed to score 7 points to win. Now he needs to score 9, which will be very tough for him to do. So Kaisa already is in a good spot. But the ganking thing is interesting because he can like get there, then start establishing a bolt from there and move there, which is interesting, especially when you're playing cards such as the Darius Champion, which can like when he's up, move there, then you play 2 cards, then you resistance, then it goes there and scores you 2 points a turn, while being a 5 or 7 mites units, which remember are the numbers that are tough for Keise. So yeah, I think he has definitely think going in his favor, but most likely it's going to be way harder than he want to win. Legion Rearguard for 2 is a great start. Once again, allows you to get an accelerate of Matron, which I like a lot. So good card. With 3 mana, Kaisa passes. I think it's a great play. Once again, already talked about it game 1. Ooh, Darius is a sort my runes kind of guy. Yellow on the left, red on the right. Rearguard is going to go into the ganking battlefield, score the first point. Kaisa's thinking. Of course, you need to interact with this. Once again, you don't want Darius to score any free points. So you should probably go Void Sticker here. Against green, it's a bit different because DeFi exists. But in no DeFi matchups, so matchups when you're not against green, and you have the mana to either Execrate or Void Seeker and you're wondering about what you should do, you should most likely every time play Void Seeker. Because you probably won't have, or at least you're not sure to have that much mana next turn, and you should draw cards in early games to see what your options are. So yeah, you should probably play Void Seeker here, no matter what. And that's the mistake he did last game that cost him a part of the mid game. That was very important. Right now he's thinking, but I think he should Void Seeker if he plays the sequence correctly. And what is he opting to do? It go through? Nah. What? What for? Okay, so Rearguard. And then for 2 mana, we're going to see the Noxian cards. I can't remember the name that says. It's a full 4 that says if you have played another unit this turn, you can play me for 2. Very, very good card in Darius. Because you generate extra mana when you play a card, so you have the ability to play this almost every time. Very, very good cards. And 4 might is fairly good. For 2. energy. Then Sprite Mother is going to send a Sprite over to kill the 2/2 that took the first battlefield. Is that why Keisa did not blast last turn? So he lost 3 mana for no reason? I don't like this play at all. And he passes. Okay, so 1 mana up. Once again, he's committed to using Extec Ray if he wants to trade a unit. Has no choice to do so. No mana to use Void Seeker. Rearguard is going to get there, and is he going to use Ray? Yes, he is. So he wanted to value his Sprite Mother, which I can't get. But maybe he would have drawn a better card with Void Seeker previous turn, and even though Sprite Mother was still decent, you play it, you generate body, you generate Sprite, you can contest the battlefield, get points. It was like not bad if it does not trade. Of course, it's not as good, but it's not like bad. Fane. Yup. Because you played the Sprite. Fane enters ready, since you control battlefield, and the turn it's played, it gets +3 might. So now a 5 might accelerates unit that kills the Sprite, gets the point, and is going to use Vane's effect, paying with Darius' legend, to bring her back to end whenever she conquers. So Vayne is a very good unit in Darius. Very, very good, very strong. And recursive, which is what the deck lacks. Cards in end play. Most of the time you lose because you're running out of cards in end. And for 2, we'll see a Poro. So this is a very, very strong early game from Darius. No hook yet, but very, very strong early game. Using almost all of his mana every turn, which he was not able to do last game. Folding a lot of units, scoring points already. Very, very strong early game from Darius. The only thing is lacking is tokens, which could be troublesome. Let's say he gets like Falling Star Stupefied there on the board. It's a problem. Whereas in the first game, he had like 2 to 3 tokens lingering around, and whenever he was like killed by a spell, he could just send a token to check if he could conquer or not. Alright, so Sprite Mother is there. Battlefields are empty. Will he score, or will he decide to keep the Sprite Mother to trade with the Poro, which would probably be a good thing to do, because once again he wants to slow down the game. If Poro attacks, it's a 3/3 card, so 3 power, 3 might card. Trades with the Sprite Mother. For 3 is going to generate an additional mana with this gear. And then 3 mana left. Is it a Void Seeker? Yes, it is. He's going to keep the mana for Void Seeker. So once again, as you guys can see, the fact that he decided not to use Void Seeker earlier, because yes, it deals 1 extra damage, forces him to keep 3 mana open and not play anything, which he's probably happy to do. But like, having Ray here would have been way better, because he could have just kept the gear that generates mana to pay for Ray, and then with the 3 remaining mana, he could have done something else. So once again, I kind of disagree with the way he's building his tempo as of now. Darius as a Keisa would be great to check for spells before dropping that Keisa. He's been taking great decisions this whole game, so I think he will be doing so. Thinking on this Poro going there. If your intention is to play Keisa, you should probably move with this card before, because you go there. Once again, it's like not bad play from him, but it's kind of like poker, you know? You go there, if your opponent has Void Seeker, he's going to be like, okay, this is 4 might, Void Seeker is 4 damage, it's the absolute perfect target, I need to use Void Seeker now. Whereas now, with this 3 might unit, because it has assault, he could probably be thinking like, it's only 3 mites and then 2 next turn, so I can beat him there. So I could probably let this go through and keep my Void Seeker for this guy. And then you go there, you conquer there, and then you have both battlefields, and Kaisa cannot conquer and draw you a card. So he should probably go there first, or whatever battlefield, actually, but with this guy first. Then his opponent is going to be like, I need to Void Seeker now, it's the perfect target. And then he can just accelerate Kaisa and roll an extra card for free. And obviously, he could play Kaisa directly with Accelerate, but then you would just get Void Seeker even harder. So I do think the correct play here is to go with this card first, to bait for the Void Seeker. But most likely what's going to happen is he's going to go there and get Void Seeker anyway. And then play Kaisa and draw an extra card and stuff. So probably won't matter, but it's a little bit of optimization you could use to gain intel on what your opponent's doing. And it's free anyway, so might as well sequence properly, you know. Does not cost any extra rune or whatever. Thinking? I mean, with the way he's been playing so far, he should, let this go through. And his plan is probably to go Mother into the power-up. Oh, I dislike that play. Oh, I dislike that play. Is it Kaisa now? Yup, because you're committed. Yup, and you get Void Seekered. Big mistake by Darius. Big mistake in the read there. Big reading mistake. You have to go there first, and if you don't, which is understandable, you have to go there first. You will get it by Void Seeker and then draw a card. You just lost a card for no reason. Big mistake by Darius there, tempo-wise, and Kaisa could not be happier about the way this turn turned out. Yeah, score your force point, I don't care. You lost a card in hand, very good for me. And Darius is passing there. Ooh. Oh. What? Why would you not, though? If you're afraid of Void Seeker, you should have been earlier. Like, if you don't want to go there because next time he could Void Seeker you, then you should have been earlier and protected your case then. I'm not so sure about this turn from Darius. Maybe that's what will cost him the game. Actually, tempo is so important in Riftbound. He used all of his turn to establish a card that died to a single card from his opponent without generating nothing. And he burned a rune for it, which his opponent did not. So it's like, if you add up all the interactions, let's say good interactions are +1 and bad interactions are -1. So he burnt 5 mana, which is -1. It's almost all of his mana. He burnt a rune, -1 in terms of value. He did not score a point, -1, which he could have done for free. And he did not draw a card. So this is -4 total. Like 4 negative things that came out of this singular play. This guy, he played 1 card, so it's like 1 for 1 neutral, but he drew 1. So he got card advantage from that. So +1. He killed very important unit and gained tempo over the board, +1. And he burnt 0 power compared to Darius. So +1. So basically, it's like 3 positive interactions for him in a singular card. So if you add up all of this, you could say, okay, it's just 1 card, just 1 misplay, it's okay. But out of this singular interaction, there has been a 7 like advantageous difference that has been created for no real reason. And that's a big problem, because 7 interaction difference is basically like a 2 to 3 to 4 cards difference in a normal game. Like, you will lose a trade, then maybe win one, then maybe play an extra card you should not have, and it will stack. But on this singular play, having this many bad interactions for Darius and this many good interactions for Kaisa, it's terrible. Literally terrible. All right. So now Kaisen's driver Kaisen's in the driver's seat again. Will he throw game 2 like he did for game 1? Or will he get to win this one? So he go through there. The Poro, as we predicted before, it was planned all along. Pretty obvious, but still the good play, I think. And he checks for anything that Darius could do, and Darius does not have any way to respond to this, or at least does not want to, but I think he does not have any way to. He's probably bluffing for X-Tech Ray right now, but he does not have it. NK says on 8 mana, and he's odd casting a book to draw 2. Ooh. We'd have to see what was left in his hand before he did that. But why would you not accelerate Keisa into this? Like, he has no mana to punish you at any point, except maybe Hidden Blade. But if he does Hidden Blade you indeed, it's just you forced a card out of his hand, he burnt a power, and you draw 2, which is exactly what you did with the book. So I think you should accelerate Keisa here anyway. And if he does not have Hidden Blade, it's like very, very free value. He cannot go 4-4 like that. Because if you have like Stupefy or anything, his body is going to get killed for no reason. Or an extra Void Seeker or whatever. And then you can just hide the book for free and draw 2 extra cards. I think you should play Keisa there. I think there's no reason not to actually. Which is why you should. Keisa is a card that, as we've seen during Darius' turn, Keisa is a card that is very, very strong, very insanely good. The only thing you have to consider when you play it is there a way for him to punish me before I draw or not? If not, the card is always worth it. So yeah, right there it was Keisa, for sure. And not book. Void Seeker. Okay, this is Darius' end. We know about the Vein already. We saw it before. So it will be able to contest this Bright Mother. But then he has a very good trade there. Do you have anything to do? What are the cards in Kaista's hand? Another book. X-Tech Ray, Darius, Kitchen Rain, I think. And then I did not see the last 2 ones. Okay, so for 4, he's going to play another book. And draw 2 again. Well, why not? And he still has X-Tech Ray. Maybe you just do use it here. Maybe you just do use X-Tech Ray here to trade. No point. Yep, you do. I think so. Mana, power, paid, and then you clear the Legion. And for 3, Darius has to use Void Seeker to kill the Bright Mother. Draw cards, of course, but it's not very good. He has to spend, like, he has to burn a card to kill a unit that was already dead. So it's, I guess, very fine for Keisa. And once again, the more mana Darius uses to combat the board with spells, the better Keisa is positioned in the matchup. Tokens are finally coming in. Important part of the matchup for Darius. And for 3 mana, we'll see a Drummer. But if Keisa does have, as I think she does, the Kitchen Rain, it's game over. Because you can just like ping twice, ping twice, ping twice. Then the guy is left with 2 tokens, nothing on board, and you still have mana to play cards. Because right now he's going to get 11 mana. He has like 10 plus the crystal. So you can Kitchen Rain plus play a body, which is insane. And Darius still needs to score 9 points to win, so 5 more. And tokens will not be enough to do so. He has 2 Kitchen Rains, so he's in a very, very, very good spot right now. Case is thinking. But I think you have to Ikachan Rain. Another thing you could do, depending on the spells you have, he's playing a weird list, so I'm not so sure which spells he has in hand. But maybe you could also play Darius plus a spell to clear, and like Darius Falling Star would be very good too. Same result as Ikachan Rain, but with Darius's body on board. But does he have Falling Star? I don't think he does, from what I've seen. So it's going to be Ikachan Rain, of course, 7 mana and burns 2 plus the legend ability. And he's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He kills the tokens. Interesting. So, two possibilities. Either he knows his opponent is not on hook, then it's a very good play. Or he knows or he did not think about hook, and then it's a misplay. Because next turn, he could just go hook, kill this, pawn matron, bring this back, play 2 extra tokens, and then your Ikachan Rain was not so good. But maybe he knows his opponent is not on hook, and then it's a good play, actually. Depends on the knowledge of his opponent's deck he has. I don't think it's open decklist though, so maybe one of his teammates played against the guy in rounds or whatever, but like probably misplay, I'd say, if it's not open decklist. So, what you want to do now? Attempt to get a battlefield, pawn board. Once again, you're against Katchouze, you know what you have to do, and you get the point. Now, you want to spawn as much board as you can. And it for 5 runes and a power Darius. Then for 3 mana, you're going to go Manufacturer, most likely, and then accelerate Darius to have a strong body on 6 that plays around Voidseeker. I think that's what you want to do there. Yup. Spawn the token. Darius restands. Yup. He's on 7 mana, so basically unkillable. You would have to go like Voidseeker, X-Tech Ray to kill it, which is possible, but a lot of resources, and 2 birds, since Katchouze's legend effect has already been used. Is passing? Wait, where are you passing? Wait! What are you afraid of? Why does this Darius not conquer? Is there anything I should have missed? Is like afraid of Smokescreen? Plus an Accelerate, maybe? But you're gonna get blasted, my dude. Like, Ikachan Rain again is... I mean, not many cases play a lot of Ikachan Rains in main deck, so... I can understand when he's trying not to play around it, maybe? But I think you should get the 3 point there. Like, it's very tough for Katchouze to blast a 5 might unit. Yeah, rain again. Yup. It's raining today, isn't it? And board is done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The whole board dies. What do you want, Judge? So Darius dies. This guy dies. Huh? Oh, yeah, Stupefy too? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and he plays Stupefy there, right? So I think what he's doing right now is 1, 2, my bad, 3, 4, 5, 6, neg 1 Stupefy, everything dies. Game over. Incinerate, huh? Okay. Okay, incinerate. I strongly despise this list. But at least it's gone to the full extent of control it could go. Okay, so this card dies. Since it dies, it draws a card with the incinerate and passes turn with how much mana up? 0. So Extec Ray is the worst thing that could happen. Ooh, do I dislike this incinerate? Ooh, you. Hello on Curve. Thanks for raiding. Hope you're doing great. Salut. Salut, my friend. And welcome to the Raiders. We are watching. Oh, yo, Malo. How you doing? We are watching, or rewatching, should I say, the top cut for the first regional, which was in Guangzhou, if I'm not mistaken. And we are trying to get the best of technical plays we could and analyze everything. Glad to see you there. Hello, everyone. Yeah. Poro. Is it? Wait. Is it Poro Pass? Oh, game's so over. Game's so over. If you guys like Riftbound, feel free to drop a follow. Would be nice. We'll be streaming every Wednesday at 8 p.m. So 20 in France, French time. In English, because we need to have the biggest audience possible to share the best opinions on the game and get better together, right? So yeah, feel free to drop a follow, and I'll see you on Curve TCG channel too. I'll be there. So Poro passes game over. Basically, we could probably go to game 3. This guy loves to draw too much. You should probably do that though. I mean, he's in control, so why not draw everything he can? Yeah, Poro gets there. He needs to get to 9 points to win, which he will not. Spoiler alert, he will not. Cleave won't help. Poro gets incinerated. Dies. Kaysa draws a card. Pass. Nobody's. Game over. Let's get to game 3. Yep. So yeah. I think, wait, there's something we could say about this game. Give me a second. I think there. Yep. I think there, Darius is in a very, very decent spot. Like, he's ahead in terms of board, in terms of advantage, and he should be able to snowball this game. What he did wrong, which is, like, he did not optimize mana wrong, he did not optimize power wrong, he did not optimize what he played wrong. What he did wrong was thinking about what was going on in his opponent's mind. Here, the read is, you have no intel on their end at all. You spawn on this board, and you know that Darius has K-sign end. So yeah, no, 5-5, accelerate everything. 5-4, sorry, accelerate. If I conquer, draw 1. Your goal, as Darius, is to not run out of cards, to draw a card with K-sign. And that's what you saw in the end game. He was out of cards. He could not play because he had nobody to play. So what's the worst that could happen is Kaysa getting blasted before conquering and drawing a card. What's the best you can do to prevent this from happening? You look at your opponent's board. He's on Kaysa. Biggest threats, Void Seeker and Extec Ray plus Stupefy. This is what kills Kaysa. If he plays any of this combo before Kaysa hits the board, he's out of mana and he cannot use them again. No way he can blast the Kaysa. So what you should do there is go here, with this card. What it does is go here with the power up. But it's pretty bad. Because if you go here, you give a 4 might unit to your opponents, and he's going to be like, I blast for 4, I draw 1, it's my best play, it's perfect in terms of damage, I optimize everything, I have to. And he's going to use it. And then, this card dies, whatever, you don't give a fuck. You go there with Poro. Do you have anything? No, you don't? Plus 1 point. Drop Kaisa, accelerate here, boom. Plus 1 point, draw 1. Instead, you go there with Poro, okay? Your opponent sees this on your board and is like, the best value for my Void Seeker is 4 might. This card is 4 might. So I just wait. I'll just let the Poro go through because next turn I can just 3 into 2 and kill anyway. So no need to blast this Poro. I don't care about this Poro. So Poro is obviously going through. Like there's no shot it gets blasted. And then what you can do, which is a bit less optimal but fine, is this. And then what is going to happen is most likely your opponent will Void Seeker this card and it dies. But if this mana is a bluff, then you're fucked. Because this guy conquers, you have both battlefields, and Kaisa cannot conquer and cannot draw a card. So, once you've moved the Poro, the better play is to get there. But it's still worse than what you should have done. And what this guy does is the third play, which is even worse. It's there, okay, I conquer, then drop Kaisa, because maybe if he does not blast me, I can't conquer, then I can't draw. Go there and gets blasted. He loses Kaisa, he pays a power for nothing, and he does not draw a card. So that's terrible, and that's the kind of interaction in Riftbound that could lose you a game on the spot. So yeah, that's what I had to say about this particular interaction, and that's probably where we lost the game. Not saying he would have won, because this map is a big problem for Darius in the matchup. So I'm not saying he would have won, but he could. And he took away the chances to do so. Alright, let's get to game 3 now. Let's get to game 3, and I'm hoping this is interesting for you guys. Let me know if it is, or if it's not. Trying my best to describe my thought process. And now I'm thinking these players should have played the game. If you have any questions, feel free. Same on YouTube, of course. There will be the game ready video on YouTube. So yeah, feel free. Why would you play Sabotage against Kaisa? Oh, he plays this because of the gear that generates a rune. Is it that strong to kill that gear? I don't think so. Plus, if he does not get it, your card is dead. Nah, I don't like siding. It's probably sideboard, but I don't like siding this card right now. I think he should not have done so. I don't think this 1 mana difference is what makes the game unplayable for him. Even though drawing a card is fine. Oh, he also plays Singularity. Okay, maybe sideboard. We did not see it game 1 or game 2. So, what we have in terms of map this game is my dude here, Kaisa player, says, I want to ramp runes. You start with 3, I start with 4. I think it's good for Kaisa, better than it is for Darius. Because the faster we get to the late game state, with a lot of runes and a lot of blasts and stuff, the faster Darius cannot do anything anymore. And Darius plays, whenever a unit is here, it gets +1, so it's obviously meant to buff tokens and allow Darius to take over the boards with powerful tokens. So it's a great map for Darius and a great map for Kaisa. I think Darius will be starting since he lost. So I would say, depending on the opening end, it's not too bad. Oh, Darius said you go first. Okay. No, Kaisa is just thinking about the mulligan. So it's 2. It's 2. He draws 2 extra cards. And it's thinking? What are we thinking about? You cannot mulligan anymore, my friend. Okay, game's starting. Darius starts with 3 mana. And that's very interesting for Darius to start with 3 mana. That's maybe the only point in time where this map can be critical for the Kai'Sa player, because if Darius plays a 2-drop, then generates a mana and plays another 2-drop, it's already a lot of value, and if you don't have Falling Star, it might be tough to answer. So this is the only moment I think this map could be critical, and it does not... Darius does happen to not have 2 turn 1s. So it's good for Kai'Sa. Now the map is full on value. And you pass probably because you have the Void Seeker. So you want it to move, then you blast it, no token, and you're pretty happy with what you get. So you should probably pass as Kai'Sa here. Row 1, heal the card, no token. That's what you want from a turn 1 as Kai'Sa against Darius. Oh, he's thinking. He's been spending his early games drawing cards and passing, and now he wants to play a card. Interesting. And the plan is to gain an extra mana. Okay. So that's here, and he gains the mana. But he will get salvaged. I don't think Darius mulliganed the card. If he sided it, it's to see it. So yeah, it's in his hand. And he's going to salvage the card right now. For sure. Yep. Card's dead. And Darius will get to draw 1. Interesting sideboard there. Kai'Sa should have reacted. It's a reaction, right? Kai'Sa should have 100% reacted with it, no? Wait, let me check. It's blue though. Blue. It's a reaction. It did not react? Huh. By reacting, you at least bait for X-Tech Ray plus Stupefy, which could occur because if he goes there, it gets to 4 because there's +1 in the map. So, yeah, you should probably have used it. There's no reason not to, right? At least you're bluffing for something. Because now you just showed him that you don't have anything to use this mana. Yeah, he basically said, anyway, I'm not going to play, so yeah, go for it. And then extra mana with the Legend ability. And, ooh, 3 fire in there. That's going to spawn 2 extra tokens. So, we already have 2, 4, 6, and 4, 10, and 4, 14 might there. Darius is in the lead, and very interesting spot there, because that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Darius needed to rush through the game to get as many points as possible to not lose before he gets out of card. But what he's been able to do now makes it so that he can just like chill a bit and force Kai'Sa to use cards to trade his units because there's too much for it to be blasted. So he's in the driver's spot now, he has the point advantage, and he can basically just sit on the battlefield, play it a bit slower, not drop anything on the board, not get fucked by Ikachen Rain, and that's a very, very interesting spot from Darius here. That's something that we've never seen in the previous games. Never occurred before. And he's hiding the Eden Blade to draw extra cards, which might be a mistake. I don't think he needed to. I mean, I don't see a reason why he was forced to hide this Eden Blade. He would not have gotten traded anyway. And so, something that I think most experienced TCG players think about it, but like some people don't because like they're new to TCGs and it's normal. Whenever you burn power, you don't burn a mana. Power has much more value than mana. For a very simple reason, it's that you use your mana, then you burn it for a power, right? Next turn, you're starting with 1 less mana. Since you burnt a card that would have become activated and that would have generated a mana next turn, right? So, as of now, it might seem like a 1-for-1 trade that allowed you to play a card for free. So seems good. But the turn after that, your card that you would have used would have also restanded. So now you're down 1 mana, like 2 mana basically. And the turn after that, then you're down 3 mana, and so on and so on. Every turn that your card would have restanded, you would have gained an extra mana because you did not burn in this specific turn. And this is true for any point in the game. So obviously, having 1 less mana when you're on like 10 mana makes it so that you lost 1/10 of your full mana. Not too bad, not a problem. But if you run like 3, 4, 5 mana like this, if you lose 1/4 of your mana, which is the case here, it's very, very impactful on your game and your curve and your tempo. And yeah, I think he probably should have waited like 1 or 2 turns to hide this Hidden Blade, because there's nothing Kesa can do to clear this board anyway, and he was not in the need to do so. And if he loses because he does not have enough mana to drop what he wants to drop, then this play will come up as a mistake that cost him the game, or at least part of it. So let's keep that in mind, and we'll see in like 3 to 4 turns. If he's 1 or 2 mana off, then you will know why he lost, or at least got in a tough spot. And we also know this Kesa is playing several Icatian Reigns, so being able to drop multiple bodies at once will be very important later on in the game, and you might not have the mana to do so. In that case, a guy is thinking only 5 cards in hand for him, which is like not huge though. And he has Incinerate, but does not kill. He's going to use Steel, pay 4, accelerate the Kesa. Kesa goes to the left. He gets to score a point and draw a card. So that's kind of funny because he needed to do that in both games earlier and he did not. And now I think it's like decent, but not a solution to what the Darius' board is, and he does it. Maybe he had no play in end though. That might be why. The mana crystal cost also did cost a lot of tempo there. Like you pay 3 mana to generate nothing, and Darius draws a card over it. Bit of a pain. So is Darius gonna go Poro? Nope. He's going to go into a manufacturer, into Poro probably. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. This guy is... I did not see this guy in Zion. Okay, it's good. It's very good. It's very, very good. A lot of bodies going wide against Kesa is very important. Whatever he does now, Kesa player, there's no way for him to remove everything at once, and maybe even over 2 turns it would be tough. Like right now, you use the Catching Rain, you cannot even blast everything that's in the battlefield. No way for you to clear the board right now. And that's what Darius wants. And look at this Hidden Blade. Now, he dropped 1 mana. This turn, next turn, if Hidden Blade is still not activated, he could have had a Poro for free. For legit free. Instead of fighting this Hidden Blade that he could have eaten later on anyway. And it will probably not activate anytime soon because he's so up. So up in terms of board and tempo. Okay, so that guy is thinking. I like how the Darius guy is like serious and watches his opponent. Is like, I play fast, you play slow. I go head into the wall and see if I smash stronger. You play like control mage. It's Barbarian against Mage, and as of now, Barbarian seems to be in a good spot. In case the player is thinking for quite some time, actually. Maybe I should go like 1 times 5 for these games. What do you think? Like 1-5 time bid. Okay, Kaisa comes back. Interesting. Plays around what? Void Seeker, probably? Yeah, okay. And then what? He does have Void Seeker himself. But will you Void Seeker a token? I don't think you do. He will incinerate the token and draw a card. Then Manufacturer will go. It will get Void Seeker, probably. No reason not to. I mean, you won't be able to activate it later on anyway. So you should use it now. Yeah, you should. Okay. And this game, it did proper sequencing to force spells, to check cases and without seeing it. Like, okay, I'm going to get there. Do you have anything? You do? Okay, then I'm going to get there with a weak unit. Do you have anything? Oh, yeah, you do? Okay, now my strong unit is going there. Well, Kaisa happens to have Stupefy too, so she can still trade the auction, but it was the proper sequencing to force as many cards as you could force in Kaisa's end. Well done by Darius this time. Not like the first or the previous game, sorry. Alright, so Stupefy there. You see what you draw, of course. If you don't draw anything good and you draw something really good, you draw Falling Star there. So what's he doing with this Falling Star? Is it rear guard plus something? Because anyway, Kaisa's getting blasted by Void Seeker. If he does not have access to Cleave, which I think he does not even play. Why would you... Why would you blast this guy with Falling Star? I think there you should, whatever, check this Void Seeker with Kaisa, which is going to get hit by Void Seeker anyway after you use Stupefy. And if he does not have it, then you can kill something else with the Falling Star. And if he has Void Seeker anyway, the result is the same. Like you attack with Kaisa, you get Void Seeker, then you use Falling Star, you kill both. It's same end result, but if he does not have Void Seeker, then you Kaisa conquers for free, you trade a unit for free, and you can Void Seeker something else. A bit of sequencing again, a bit of the optimization. And now back to thinking. Is it Darius? Might be Darius, but isn't it bad? Like Darius sleep here? Not too good. It's Singularity. Ooh. Target. So there he goes, Hidden Blade for sure. For sure you go Hidden Blade there. He has 2 in hand. Yup. Kills one of them, draws 2 extra cards, mitigates the Singularity damage. Very good Hidden Blade there. Very, very good Hidden Blade there. And now he's back to 5 cards in hand, which is exactly what he wants. Being able to drop cards, sabotage the steal, draw an extra cards. This Kaisa guy seems like he's having fun. Oh, my bad. Another one, a lot of tokens, a lot of stats. Now if you use the Catch and Rain, you can just like kill the tokens, that's it. Maybe if you have like Stupefy, you can kill also the guy in the base. He has Falling Star, Darius, Book, Rain, Singularity. Okay, a lot of control again available. He should probably go Rain before it's too late. Rain clears all the token, which is Good. Or he does not go rain. But if he does not go rain this turn, he should probably not have done singularity last turn, maybe. I don't know. Because if you kind of want to go rain Darius the turn you play Darius. Like rain clears all the tokens, and then Darius kills the guy which is in the battlefield. And then it's a very insane turn, but he can't. He only has like 9 mana, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 9 mana. And you would need like 12. So it's tough. So maybe you want to go Darius something. But you definitely want to play Darius the turn you play a control spell. Else Darius will just have to fight a bunch of tokens, which you don't want to. Tokens are way too overstat with the +1 battlefield. Wait, I'm on the very left of the of the camera. My bad, guys. Here we go. Here. And now I'm in the middle. Okay, so it's rain. It is indeed rain. And it's probably nothing else other than that. Because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Dig the hole in the battlefield. There's still 2 cards left. And plays Falling Star and kills both. Really, really good turn there. Did not see, or I forgot. I don't remember if I saw him having the Falling Star, but yeah, that's a really good turn. Clears everything. And now Darius needs to build again. But can he? Maybe he does. Like, if he drops... Problem is, if he has to fight another card that clears board hard, like Rain or Singularity next turn, he would like not to commit too much, but every card in his hand needs to commit to generate points. Darius needs him to commit 2 cards. So maybe he could just Darius Cleave there. Oh, there's the Shen. What the fuck? What the actual fuck is Shen? There. Okay, for 2, restain Darius, then go there. Alright, good. Very good. I like that. No mana to play Shen though, so next turn you will need to accelerate 2. But you force him to have Singularity, which he does. Or Rain. Yup. And then he passes. And then you're still on 6. And you need to have access to unit 2. So it could have been Darius Cleave too. I think Darius Cleave was a play too. So plays Shen. Passes? What's the cards in end? Does he not have Darius in end? I thought he had Darius. I might be mistaken. He has Falling Star Cleave and... Bro, stop. I beg you. I beg you. Okay, for 4, draw 2. And then for 4, pass. With the Void Seeker, I think, in end. Shen is getting there. Will he be able to score a point? I don't think he will. Void Seeker is going to hit him. Oh, that's another mistake, I think. I think that's a mistake here. So basically, what Shen does is, except for the fact that it's a reaction unit, which might seem weird, but basically you can play it from end if you control battlefield, which is interesting. But what Shen would do here is, using the cleave on Shen, you could generate a unit that has 6 might attacking to basically checkmate. I think he has Darius in hand. Let's check. I think he does. I think we see his hand later on. And he has Darius. Yes, he has. No, is this Vayne or Darius? Oh, it's Vayne. Poro, Vayne, Cleave, Falling Star, Vayne. Okay, so no, not checkmate. If it was Darius, he could have gone Cleave on this guy, goes to 6. 6 does not die to Void Seeker, like even 7 with the battlefield actually. Scores 7. Darius restands because it second card in the turn goes there. 7 does not die to anything. Win. Not the case though. It's Vayne, so my bad. But still, you should probably cleave on Shen there to ensure you get the point. Like cleave Shen, nothing gives it. You get the point. You're 1 point away from victory. And then you go Poro Vayne and you hope they don't have. Oh. So maybe you have to stay at 6, but if they go catch and rain stuff, yeah, you would need an accelerate card here to make sure you get this game. I think Cleave was still the right play. Do not die to this. For 2, it's Poro and pass. Yeah, so if they have anything that clears here, it's tough for you. And Poro dies to anything. Dies to Ray, dies to Seeker, dies to Raid, dies to Singularity, dies to Falling Star. So anything, yeah, basically. Darius, second card in your turn, accelerate. And now you're in trouble because you will not only need to go into a battlefield but also combat Darius, which is a big boy. Very, very big boy. But that also gives him a shot, right? If Poro does not die, that gives him a shot. Because he can go like Falling Star, kill Darius. No, play Vayne. It accelerated because Darius is there. Then Falling Star, kill Darius. Then Vayne goes into a battlefield. Then cleave the Poro and it's game over. Wait, it's lethal, no? Vayne costs 4. 4. Cleave is 1. Falling Star is 2. It's game over, right? Right? Is there any counterplay from Kesa? That's a lot of mana, but I think there's not. He has to have like Ray or Ray Void or something like that to play around that. Oh, and he got Matron. Did he play a 2/2 that gets accelerated this turn? I think it's Rear Guard. Is it Rear Guard? Is the name of the card Rear Guard? I think it is. Did he play this guy this game? Yeah, Rear Guard. So what's the name of the 4/4 now? 4/4. Hopeful. Okay, Hopeful and Rear Guard. Because if he did play this, there's also a better play with Matron, which goes like Poro there to check, then gets blasted, checks a card, then Vayne. So you spend 4 Vayne, then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 left. So you get blasted, most likely. Then you go Vayne, which is accelerated. Then you go Falling Star Darius to force everything that's here, which is most likely a book. I don't think he plays anything else to hide than book, other than book. Falling Star, so this clears. Then you go Vayne into battlefield there because there's nothing that blasts 5 as of now. So you get the free point. And then you're left on, correct me if I'm wrong, but on like 1, 2, 3, 4 mana used. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana left. And you can go 1, 2, 3, 4 Matron. Matron effect upon Legion. Legion effect accelerate. You have 3 mana left. You use Falling Star, so you have 0 mana left, but you have Darius Legend. So you can go cleave on Rear Guards, then Rear Guard gets to 5. Rear Guard goes there where there is no Darius anymore, so it gets to 6. Nothing blasts 6, and you win the game on the spot. So there's a lot of options there. A whole lot of options there. And I think Falling Star first is not one of them. And I think Falling Star first is definitely not one of them. Now Vayne will not accelerate because no units on board. 3, 4, burn 1, burn 2, Matron. effect. Does he have the rear guard? Wait. Do I see a rear guard? Did he play rear guard this game? What time are we at? 1:29. Okay. So no rear guard. Here, no. There in base, is there a rear guard? I think there's not. There's token, yeah. Okay, so no rear guard this game. So rear guard play is not an option. But Vayne play is game over. Vayne play is legit game over. Drop Vayne, Falling Star Darius, Poro gets cleaved, goes to check with 6 might because assault. So cleave +3 goes there, 6 might with assault. Then Vayne goes there, 6 might because +1 of the map and she's 5 the turn she drops. And game over. No way case I can defend that. Yeah. Game was won there. Game was definitely won there. I think he misplayed. Yep, going to get blasted, but you would not have gotten blasted anyway if you played the Vayne play. And if the Vayne play does not go through, which is very unlikely, but like maybe, let's say Vayne play does not go through, then you can just drop Matron. You have them enough mana left to drop Matron and like bring this guy back and still have this in base. So you just have a free Vayne. Free Vayne. And cleave. Like look at the mana. That's exactly perfectly it. Vayne for 4, cleave for 1. That's all you need to win this game. And if you don't, you just play Matron and you still win the game. I think that's sad. Could have won the game. Yup. But now there's nothing in the battlefield, so Vayne is not accelerating, and that's a big problem. He needs an accelerate body to make sure he wins the game. There. He probably won't. And 4-3. And then 2 Falling Star. Yup. You had the game, dude. You had the game. And you threw it. Too bad. Very sad. He actually played correctly most of the 3 games. So I cannot like full on blame him. And his opponent is playing a very unconventional case at deck list. He had the game. He had the game, guys. The game was won. And now the game is lost. Hurts. Pain. The game was won. He did not see the line, though. He did not see the goo. I mean, let's just recall that this was the first regional ever. Top 64, so day 2. Player are rather new to the game. Like, game was out for like a week. Reveals were out for like a month. They did not have even near the same amount of experience we have playing this game right now. So let's not be too harsh. This guy is not like a bad player by any means. He has a very interesting Darius list. After very few time to play test, he missed the play, which should have won him the game. But he still got there with an interesting legend, good deck building. So he's not a bad player by any means. It's just like, sad he did not see the play. Could have converted really well there. So, Ravenbloom, he's getting there. That's a point. Ravenbloom 2, he's getting there too. That's his second point. And I think it's game over. Sadly. Oh, thinking there. Pride Mother. Send the Sprite there. Okay. Why not? To preserve some strength in the base. And being able to attack next turn if needed. Interesting. Pride is enough to challenge every unit that Darius is on board now anyway. But Vayne, that's in end, though. And that's a pass. 12 mana on Darius' side. Drummer drew. Double cleave. Maybe he still can win it with the Vayne though. Maybe he still has a shot to rip it with the Vayne. How many control spells does Kesa have? Ray. Is it only Ray? If it's only Ray, he should win the game. I think. Because Vayne is too good in this spot. But he should play Vayne last. Just prize his opponent. And it has like Cleave, Vayne. What's the draw? The draw is very important. Oh, it's Drummer. Yeah, Drummer does not matter in this instance. It does nothing. Too bad. Too bad there, too bad. Calculating for the first... I think that's the first time in the whole match that we've seen him think so hard. He knew what he was doing, but now he's facing a clutch decision. Which once again should not have happened. He should have won already. Oh, what's that? Oh yeah, it's Vayne. Okay. Isn't that too early to drop a Vayne? Might be too early though. Vayne gets there. Cleaves. Now? What does Cleave do now? So Vayne gets to 8. Alright. And then what? He's going to use Vayne's effect to get her back to hand. And then play her again and attack for 8 again. Wait, that's actually pretty good. So that's 3. 3 damage done. Yup. So she's on... Wait. She's on 8. Neg 3 is 5. So she still survives. You will need to use another Extec Ray to try and bring her down. Which you will, probably. No reason you would have used the first one otherwise. So she loses 3 might. 3 HP, sorry. Then it's Ray again. Ray again. Maybe. Is it Ray again? I think it's Ray again. Then he goes down to 2 with Vayne. Yeah, so that's +1. Then he goes down to 2 with Vayne. Then he cleaves again, so she survives. Then she goes back to hand and wins the trade. Then it's next 6. And then he has to go cleave again. He has to cleave again. He has to. Cleave should be very good to win in the game, and put him in a very good spot. Yeah, cleave again. So it's +3 again. Yup. So now... Ray again. Oh, it's a 3rd Ray? So 3rd Ray trade. And then it's over. 3rd Ray trade. And then he does not get to score. Then he could have potentially traded... used 3 Rays. So Ravenbloom is on 5 plus Battlefield 6. So he did not have trade with his other units, but he had trade with Vayne, and then he could just send a unit to win. Because Vayne plays Vayne again. He's ready again. She goes at 5. Attacks with the Battlefield, she gets to 6. And probably you put the unit with it too. So like you go to 9. You force them to use a card, still trade. And then the token wins it all. So yeah, this 3rd Ray was very detrimental to Darius' win. But he did what he could with what he had this turn. And I think it's sad because he should have won last turn. He should have definitely won last turn, but he did not see the line. and he catching rain, and Darius scoops. And that's GG's. KSA players win the game. That's actually very weird because I think Darius won game 1. KSA should have had a free game 1, that's for sure. I think he threw it. Then game 2, I think Darius should have won it and threw it, or at least should have had a shot at it and threw it. And then game 3, Darius should have won for sure, and he threw it. So basically, it's like saying neither player won a game in this best of 3. Both players lost games in this best of 3, and it's the one that lost less games that won the best of 3, which is kind of unsatisfying in a way. But I think it should be Darius' win there. He had a shot to win games 2 and 3 and missed one time because he did not sequence right. He saw the right play but did not sequence right in game 2, and in game 3 I think he misplayed and I think he should have won 100%. Rather interesting to watch. So yeah, that's a good sample if you want to see how a deck is supposed to beat KSA, an aggro deck. That's a good sample of what you should and should not do. That also allowed us to explore a lot of concepts about how to play the game and explain a lot of stuff and what blast you should be careful about and stuff. So yeah, I think, like, let me know in the chat, but I think this was really interesting. I think this was a very interesting game to watch, and I like the way this format turned out. So let me know. Also on YouTube, of course, if you have any feedbacks on what should be done or what should be improved or anything, let me know. And I had a blast. I did have a blast. Also, watching these kind of games is almost like playing them. But since you're like, okay, something I think is very interesting, I need to explain it a bit deeper, is if you want to fully understand how to play against a deck, most likely you will need to play it yourself. If you want to understand how to play perfectly against Darius, most likely you will need to play it yourself. But something that's very interesting is watching games like that, especially top cut games, because you skip the training time to be good enough at Darius to not make misplays so that you can understand the real game situations. Like, let's say, okay, I want to fight against Darius, I want to be better against Darius, so I'm picking up the deck. I will probably need like 10 or even more games to play the deck correctly enough to not lose because I make mistakes, and then get into real situations that could occur in game and that I will need to fight against. But watching these games, I probably don't need to play that many games of Darius. I just need to know the curve and like the main cards, and I can understand what happens and what are the misplays, and I can get a way better understanding while not losing like 10 games more times testing Darius. But yeah, I think that's really interesting to do. We will try to do this in the upcoming streams too. Maybe at some points we will skip KSA versus KSA or Yi versus KSA. The idea is more like to get global understanding on what these decks do and how players should have played better. Obviously, if you want to watch a certain game, call me out in the comments or in the Twitch chat. Like, okay, you should watch the finals of regional number 3. It was insane. I think KSA could have won, but I'm not so sure how. Could you look at it and try to explain? And I will, of course, because that's what we are here to do. We are to get better. Hope you liked the stream. Was very cool to have you guys there. Was very cool to get back on stream. I'm going to look at raids. Is there anyone we could raid right now? Is there anyone that's rift bounding that we could raid as of now? Rift. Oh, my bad. Can't write correctly. Rift bound. Wait. Am I drunk or what? I'm going like Tift bound. Not what I'm talking about. Okay, so let's see. Riftbound tournament. Proteus TCG. Well, let's go watch Proteus TCG then. Let's get there. Give me a second. Proteus TCG. Proteus TCG Riftbound. Alright. I'm launching the red. here we go. Feel free to join. It was very nice to have you here. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you had a great stream. I had a blast. It was so good to come back. I hope I will see you guys next Wednesday. We'll be talking more about the game, reviewing more games as per usual. You guys should get used to this kind of content because I'm going to be there for a while. I missed streaming. I missed it so much, so bad, and now I'm so glad to be back and to interact with you guys. Of course, I know it's going to take some time to develop an English-speaking community. I'm hoping French fans, French guy I know already, and that were already watching my streams, can try to transition to English, and then if we can get the English community to come too, that will be the perfect place to discuss, debate, and learn together, and that will be so good. So thank you for being there. It was a blast. VOD will be on YouTube, of course. Feel free to take a look, and I'll see you guys next Wednesday. Bye bye.